check. Test 1, 2. Good morning and welcome back to the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition. Once again, we need Class A in Division 3. Class A, this is your first unofficial call. Head this way. This is the last call for Class A in Division 3. We're just about ready to get started. Austin Butcher and Brenna Miller, we need you and your hog to the makeup ring. As we start our first class here in Division 3, I'd like to introduce you to those exhibitors that are currently in the show ring. Those exhibitors are Lauren Butterfield, Ashlyn O'Brien, Chloe Sabins, Natalie Rove, Hannah Brock, Matthew Exum, Lindsay Lewis, Natalie Darner, Cecilia Banks, Maddie Dishman, Ethan Curlin, Hannah Patterson, and Brenna Miller. We'd also like to welcome back our judge for this morning and last night, Miss Amy Inskeep from Albany, Indiana. Amy is married to her husband Brad, and they have their son Cooper with them here this weekend. Amy works at the family show pig and boar stud operation we all know as Schaefer's Gold Rush. Amy's a graduate of Purdue University, and she's judged state and national swine shows across the United States. And one of the tokens for Amy is working with young people. She serves currently on the NSR Youth Advisory Board. They mentor numerous families over the years and help them get started and keep going within this show pig industry. And really all stems back to her time on the junior board when she was in the junior program. If you would please put your hands together and welcome back this morning Miss Amy Inskeep. also like to welcome all of our viewers that are watching on the internet through our live feed. That live feed can be found at livestockexpo.org. That's the site for the North American. You click on that link and you can get straight to all of the action, not only here in the swine show, but all of the shows that are going on here at the North American throughout these 3 weeks.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, let's give these exhibitors out here in Division 3 a really big round of applause. This is such a great class to get the day started out with, and we have a lot of really good showmen, and if you're standing ringside, there's a lot of people doing a lot of things right. And as we get into these older divisions, not only do you have to be a good showman, you got to figure out how do you stand out within the crowd, because there's so many great kids out here. This class, as we came out here, I think there's 4 that I couldn't quite decide. I was trying to narrow it to 3, and there's 2 I was going back and forth against. So I decided to bring all 4 back to rework in our finals a little bit, not to take as much time, but again, congratulations. This was a really good class. The 4 finalists out of this class: the young lady over here in the dark blue shirt, young lady right here kind of in the orange looking shirt, the young lady right here in the red shirt, and then the young lady over here in the pink shirt. She's going to be coming back. Let's give all 4 of them a round of applause, along with everybody else going back to the barn. Good job, guys.
Thank you, Amy. Our results out of Class A, our first class in Division 3. We have 8 total classes, if I'm not mistaken, here in our 3rd division. Those exhibitors that have been asked to come back are Hannah Brock, Natalie Darner, Maddie Dishman, and Brenna Miller. Congratulations. We'll get that ring cleared and then bring you Class B here in just a moment.
really great class. Let's give these showmen out here a really big round of applause. This was another really tough class, as we have a lot of really good and extremely talented showmen out here. I'm sure from ringside as you're watching, there's different ones that you like, and it's kind of, for me, the ones that maybe stood out just a little bit more, not taking away from others. There's some extremely good showmen that are going back to the barn. I'm keeping 3 out of this class to rework in our finals. In no particular order, the 3 showmen coming back is the young lady right here in the blue, the young man right here with the belted hog, and then number 429, the young lady over here in the green. A really good class. Let's make sure we give them a big round of applause as they go back today.
Selected to return from Class B, we have 3 exhibitors: Whitley O'Neill, Lindsay Dorr, and Joel Kress. Congratulations to those 3. And as they enter or exit the ring, Class C will enter here in just a moment. Let's introduce you to our exhibitors here in Class C. We have Jada Molinex, Taylor Molinex, Ethan Reinhardt, Gracie Miller, Sarah Miller, Carla Edelman, Tara Wright, Lauren Thomas, Gabrielle Line, Cole Ball, Landon Muse, and Jen Bittner. We'd also like to thank one of our major sponsors here at the North American, Farm Credit Services of Mid-America. We want to thank them for all of their generous support of the youth and the future of agriculture right here at the North American. Thank you.
Another really nice class in this third division. Let's give these showmen a really big round of applause. This to me was another extremely difficult class, as we have a lot of good showmen that are doing a lot of things right. It kind of comes down to personal preference and who I thought I seen the most. There's about 6 out here. I was going back and forth, and kind of when we got down I had 4, and then I kind of made my mind down to 3. But you guys did an awesome job. I'm really proud of how well all of you guys have come out here and shown. You can see the passion and determination in all of their eyes. The 3 that are coming back in no particular order: the young lady right here, number 155. The young lady right here in the orange. And then the young man over here in the red shirt. Those 3 are coming back. Congratulations. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Amy. We will congratulate our 3 exhibitors that have been selected out of Class C. Those include Sarah Miller, Tara Wright, and Landon Muse. Congratulations to those 3. And as they clear the ring, we will bring in Class D here in just a moment. as Class D enters the ring, I'll get you introduced to those exhibitors that are showing with us here at the North American. Those include Katie Crow, Kaylee Byram, Mason Swartzentruber, Bailey Fiddler, Riley Addington, Carrie Landry, Cameron Kreis, Cole Richter, Destiny Treffs, Mackenzie Satterfield, Kylie O'Brien, Jessica Griffin, and Austin Butcher.
say about this class is, oh my, these guys out here are awesome. This is the type of class where you could just kind of stand out here and watch these guys show all day long, because they are also extremely extremely good. And this is like a final drive caliber in one heat. And so it makes it exciting, gives me goosebumps as I'm watching it. And then it also breaks my heart because I'm bringing 3 back, and there's probably 6 or 7 in here that are extremely deserving to come back and rework in the finals. They just ran into some tough competition out here. So good job. Let's first of all give these guys a huge round of applause. Like I said, this class is extremely tough and extremely good, and as I was going through here, it's kind of just the ones that kept to me. I just kept seeing and rising to the top and getting out of the crowd and standing out just maybe a little bit more, and it's my own personal opinion as well, because these guys are extremely good, and I commend you guys. And if you didn't make the cut, you're still an awesome showman. Just kind of ran into a tough break today. But the 3 showmen that are coming back out of this class in no particular order is the young lady right here. Let's give her a really big round of applause. The young lady right here in the blue, she's going to be coming back and reworking in our finals. And the young lady right here in the pink, let's give her a round of applause. A really exceptional class. Congratulations to all these showmen.
Thank you, Amy. Selected to return out of Class D was Katie Crow, Carrie Landry, and Cameron Kreis. Congratulations. Those exhibitors that are here in Class E include Jillian Pennington, Sam Bennett, Tyler Barr, Katherine Johnson, Lindley Arnholt, Olivia Letfer, Dalton Bull, Daniel Jackson, Madeline Harrison, Kendra Keener, Macy Lyons, Josh White, and Tate Rogers. those interested in a program, we have those available at the announcer stand. Programs are now available at the announcer stand.
Another really nice class. Let's give all these showmen out here a really big round of applause. This was another extremely good class. In this class, we had some pigs that were kind of acting up on some showmen at different points, and I commend you guys. You got them all back under control and back out to the middle, and you guys are doing a lot of things right and a lot of fun to watch. Out of this class, I'm keeping 3 showmen to come back and rework in the finals. 2 have done an extremely job. All 3 have done a really good job, and one showman's pig kind of started acting up on them, and they got him back under control, and you would have never known it if I had not kind of looked over and saw it at that moment. But extremely good class. I'm proud of all you guys. The 3 showmen coming back in no particular order. The young lady right here in the green, the young man right here at the belted hog, and the young lady in the purple. Let's give all those showmen a really big round of applause. Congratulations.
Results out of Class E. Those 3 exhibitors selected to return were Madeline Harrison, Kendra Keener, and Josh White. Congratulations to those 3. As they exit the ring, we will bring in Class F here in just a moment. Introduce you to those exhibitors here in Class F. They include Spencer Horkey, Cole Weinkoff, Lance Fagan, Trent Van Steinsky, Matthew Butterfield, Brooklyn Miller, Ryan O'Farrell, Anna Allback, Taylor Kuntz, Dalton Workman, Luke Tully, Haley Henry, and Drew Reed. again, for those sitting ringside or back at the pens, we do have purebred class sheets. Those programs are available directly behind me here at the announcer's stand. You can come by and pick one of those up or two if you need, but they are available behind us.
Another really nice class, and kind of the same as the last class. We had some pigs out here wanting to get a little fast or even a little slow on some of these showmen, but you guys all done an extremely good job of getting them back out into the middle and doing a really nice job. So first of all, let's give this class a huge round of applause. Another, like I said, exceptional class, and I have 3 showmen that we're bringing back to rework in the finals. In no particular order, those 3 showmen are the young man right here with the Duroc, the young lady right here in the pink striped shirt, and the number 161, the young lady with the calico hog on the far end. She's going to come back as well. A very nice class. Let's give all these showmen a big round of applause.
Selected to return from Class F include Brooklyn Miller, Ryan O'Farrell, and Taylor Coons. Congratulations to those 3 exhibitors out of Class F. exhibitors here in Class G include Braden Shedrin, Clay Dame, Cora Dale, Katie Head, Michaela Cunningham, Leanna Bassey, Hannah Abbott, Katie Davis, Mackenzie Snyder, Brian Miller, Brenna Leggett, Zachary Menk, and Renee Savanevet.
Really nice class. Let's give all these showmen out here a really good round of applause. It just keeps getting tougher and tougher as we come out here to pick our top 3 to come back and rework in the finals, and all you guys do an exceptionally good job. For me, there was 3 showmen that maybe stood out just a little more, not to take away from the rest of you guys. I'm sure if we came back and reworked this in an hour or so, I'd probably have a different top 3, but you guys all do a really, really nice job. I'm very proud of you. The 3 that are coming back in no particular orders: the young lady right here in the blue vest, the young man right here in the red shirt, and then the young lady right here in the red shirt as well. Let's give all of them a big round of applause as they go back to the barn today.
Thank you, Amy. Selected a return from Class G. Those 3 exhibitors were Katie Head, Brenna Leggett, and Zachary Menk. Congratulations. introduce you to our exhibitors here in our final class of Division 3. Those exhibitors include Micah Malcolm, Brady Carney, Austin Moore, Jenna Allen, Cole Dingman, Jacob Garner, Brooklyn Noblet, Audrey Wireman, Lane Kelly, Dana Edelman, Kaylee Stone, and Jessica Fisher.
I'm working on it.
This is the first call for all of our exhibitors that were selected to return out of Division 3. We are on the last and final class here in Division 3, so head this way. We do need to announce that at the end of our final division of showmanship this afternoon, we need our top 10 individuals in all of our divisions to go to the picture backdrop, which is located over by the office on the east side of the barn. All top 10 individuals, just yourself, to the backdrop for the top 10 pictures for our showmanship divisions. Thank you.
An extremely good class as we end the Division 3 part of the show today. Let's give all these showmen a really big round of applause. Another really tough class with a lot of good showmen out here, and I've selected 3 to bring back and rework in the finals. Really close decision as we were narrowing those, as I was narrowing those guys down. But I really commend you guys for coming out here and working extremely, extremely hard. So no particular order, the 3 showmen that are coming back to our finals is the young man right here in front of me in the orange, the young lady over here in the orange, and then the young man in kind of the checkered red and blue and white shirt. Those 3 are coming back to our finals. Let's give them and everyone a big round of applause as they go back to the barn today.
Thank you, Amy. Selected to return out of our final class of Division 3. Those 3 exhibitors were Micah Malcolm, Austin Moore, and Kaylee Stone. Congratulations to those 3. As we get things situated, we'll bring back in all of our Division 3 finalists, pick a top 10, and then rework that top 10 to decide our winner here in Division 3. those exhibitors drive back out for our Division III finals here in our showmanship division, we will introduce those to you. Exhibitor 178, Brock Hanna. Hannah Brock. Exhibitor 383, Natalie Darner. Exhibitor 244, Maddie Dishman. Exhibitor 436, Brenna Miller. Exhibitor 245, Whitley O'Neill. Exhibitor 429, Lindsay Dorr. Exhibitor 365, Joel Chris. Exhibitor 155, Sarah Miller. Exhibitor 305, Tara Wright. Exhibitor 152, Landon Muse. Exhibitor 62, Katie Crow. Exhibitor 79, Carrie Landry. Exhibitor 283, Cameron Rice. Exhibitor 423, Madeline Harrison. Exhibitor 150, Kendra Keener. Exhibitor 287, Josh White. 153, Brooklyn Miller. Exhibitor 400, Ryan O'Farrell. Exhibitor 161, Taylor Kuntz. Exhibitor 351, Katie Head. Exhibitor 116, Brenna Leggett. Exhibitor 326, Zachary Menk. Exhibitor 338, Micah Malcolm. Exhibitor 143, Austin Moore. And Exhibitor 399, Kaylee Stone. Those are our finalists, and if you would please put your hands together and congratulate them on being the best here in this division. as we've gathered around to pick our Division III top 10 finalists, it's a good opportunity to recognize and thank Farm Credit Services of Mid-America, some gracious sponsors that have helped put on this event. Farm Credit Services has been a great supporter of youth and agriculture, and especially here at the North American, and we thank them times 10 for all that they do for our young people. Also like to remind everyone that there is a live feed for all those that are at home and want to watch on the internet at livestockexpo.org. Not only the swine show, but all of the other events that are going on in the show ring throughout the several weeks here at the North American. You can visit them online and stream live. And now our comments from Judge Amy Inskeep.
What a great what a great group of finalists we have out here. From ringside, you could see just the passion and the excitement and how driven they are out here. And I have my top 10 picked out, but you guys that are going back to the barn, you guys have done an extremely good job. We had some pigs that came back out to the finals that maybe didn't want to work quite as well with us. We had a big crowd, so a couple of you kind of got caught up in the crowd a little bit. But I'm very proud, and I hope your family lifts and builds you up and tell you how awesome you did. Let's make sure we give them a huge round of applause as they go back to the barn for a job extremely well done. This was a tough division. What an awesome final drive as we got out here in the top 10 of Division 3. And let's give these guys a huge round of applause. This is an extremely impressive group of showmen out here. From 1 all the way through 10th place, as I was placing those guys in 6th down, and when I'd go up to talk to them and I'd try to tell them kind of, why I placed them where it was, there's not necessarily anything they did wrong. Maybe their pig started getting a little slower, my personal preference, but this is a tough group. These guys are all extremely good out here and are a lot of fun to watch. And this top 5 I thought were just exceptionally good, and they're just fun. I could just put a chair out here and just let them drive all day, and it's really enjoyable to watch them. So I want to talk about our top 5 in no particular order. We'll start with the young lady right here in the green. She's one, when she came out in class, she kind of owned the ring. Great ring presence, great drive, always knows where the opening is. There's one time everybody was kind of going like to my left and she was going to the right, and those are the things that I like, how you stand out to shine your pig in the best light. She does just a really good job. Young lady right here in the pink, she's another one. She just makes it look easy and effortless. She comes out here and she drives that barrow extremely well. I think the bear had a little water in his ear when we first came out in this top 10 drive, and he was kind of wanting to give her just a few little fits, and then now if you look at him, you never know what even happened, and just extremely good and just calm as she's out here driving. Next we'll go to the young lady in the orange, kind of with the blue belted. She's another one. She's intense, she yet calm, great ring presence, always has her peg looking extremely well, one that always figures out how to get out of the crowd, and she just does a very nice job. Young lady with the belted gilt on the far end, she's very intense. When she came out, she just looks at you and kind of burns a hole through you, always knows where the opening is. The longer we have went her gilt out of him has the one that kind of started to get tired the first, but you never would kind of known it. She done an extremely good job. You could just see those gears starting to go down the longer we went, kind of the little slower she got. And then the young lady right here in the orange with the blue belted barrow, or the blue kind of butted barrow, she's another one, extremely good, very good ring placement when she's out here. When we were in that big group and we had the 20-some kids out here, every time I looked up, she was in the middle of the ring and in an opening in that big crowd. I really appreciated that. Her barrow, the longer we went, started giving her a little bit of fits and kind of wanted to maybe get a little on the outside, but still one I really enjoyed watching show. So again, congratulations. Let's give them another huge round of applause as I place our top 5. Today, our 5th place showman's the young lady right here in the orange. Let's make sure we give her a big round of applause. The young lady right here is our 4th place showman. Very nice job. Young lady right here in the orange is our 3rd place showman today. Very nice. And for me, it came down to the young lady in the pink, the young lady in the green, both do an exceptionally good job. I think there's one, maybe I saw a tick more. I really enjoyed watching to these. Today, our champion in Division 3 is the young lady in the green, the young lady in the pink's our reserve. Nice job. To briefly talk about the ones I placed, the young lady that's coming out in 6th place, she's another really calm, cool, and collected showman. Very good ring placement. As we talked, her pig kind of started to get a little tired and kind of shifting down on some gears as we were out here, but one that's exceptionally fun to watch. The young lady in the red, kind of the same story. Her bear kind of started giving her just a little fits, kind of got cut over to the side, and kind of when I saw him, but still an exceptional showman, one that has a very good future in front of her. Young lady coming out next, she's extremely intense, one that's a lot of fun. She has a game plan and she kind of is out here to execute it, and you can see that determination in her eyes. Her pig, as we got going, maybe didn't want to cooperate quite as much, but one I really enjoyed. Young man coming out next, I realized when we got out here he's kind of the lone young man in this top 10, does an extremely good job. He's intense yet calm. What kind of got him is sometimes when he was trying to get out of that group of people, he almost got a little too close to me at times. watching. He just makes it look so easy as he's out here. And then the young lady coming out next in 10th with her Duroc. She's won when we came out of those initial heats, done an extremely good job. Very good ring placement. Unfortunately, when we got out here in the top 10, her pig kind of was the first one to wear down and start giving her fits, but she's a great showman, a really bright future. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Madeline Harrison from Hamilton, Ohio, our champion in Division 3. Second went to Carrie Landry. Third went to Kaylee Stone. Fourth went to Katie Crow. Fifth went to Tara Wright. Sixth went to Cameron Kreis. Seventh went to Natalie Darner. Eighth went to Katie Head. Ninth went to Austin Moore. And 10th went to Whitley O'Neill. Congratulations to our top 10 exhibitors out of Division 3. For those sitting ringside, Dr. Coffey wants me to let everyone know that we will break for 1 hour after the completion of showmanship. And once that time has been certified, we will let everyone know exactly when we plan on starting our purebred show. Just a reminder that we do need to have pictures taken of all of our top 10 in each division at the conclusion of our final division. We've got 4 classes, I think, to go, so just be on standby. Those pictures will take place at the picture backdrop over by the office. Let's introduce you to those exhibitors here in our first class of Division 4. Those exhibitors include Braden Fannin, Hallie Landry, Kaylee Joe, Madison Burns, Levi McMinn, Blaine Collins, Caitlin Reinhart, Miranda Tabor, Blair McMahon, Brynge Suey, Cannon Phillips, Adam Parker, Tate Coulter, Cody Johnson, and Katie Brock.
of all, let's give this first class of Division 4 a really big round of applause. As we get up, this is our last division of showmanship today, and this is an extremely good class to get started. We have a lot of good showmen, and as you can see ringside, everybody kind of knows what's going on. We have the basics down pat by the time you get to this age, and I'd hope you would. And they all do an extremely good job, but kind of as you've been watching me, you know I like somebody who stands out from the crowd, who's intense yet calm, and I think that there's 3 out of this class that done that extremely well, that we're reworking in our finals. So in no particular order, those 3 is the young lady right here in front of me in the light blue shirt, the young man over here with the black-headed barrow, he's going to be coming back, and then the young man in the middle of the ring in the paisley shirt, he's going to be coming back as well. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause as they go back.
Thank you, Amy. Selected to return from Class A. We had 3 exhibitors. Those were Braden Fannin, Hallie Landry, and Tate Coulter. Congratulations to those 3. We have 4 total classes here in Division 4. Once again, we have several programs that are still available. Our purebred programs are available here at the announcer stand. Mr. Beeler wanted me to announce that. He is in the house. The man, the myth, the legend, Warren Beeler, Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Agricultural Policy. And I'm sure we've all shown under him a time or 2, or 3 or 4. Long time judging icon, Warren Beeler. Once again, at the conclusion of our showmanship, during that hour break that we're going to take, we need all of our top 10 individuals in all of our showmanship divisions to head to the picture backdrop over by the swine office.
We got 4 in this division.
On the east side of the barn to take those pictures. Let's introduce you to our exhibitors here in Class B. Those include Bailey Oliver, Jenny Goodnight, Carissa Rulon, Gabby Sisk, Coy Walker, Angelina Bird, Hunter Sharp, Logan Thomas, Jenna Gurman, Skylar Knapp, Miranda Malcolm, Wyatt DeBusk, Zoe Robinson, Garrett Wood, and Mackenzie Mitchell. Those are our exhibitors here in our second class of 4 in Division 4. We do have a white pig that is loose running around on the east side of the barn. If you're on that side of the barn, or if you're missing your white pig, you might want to check that out. Thank you.
Another really good class in this Division 4. Let's give all these showmen out here a huge round of applause. This was another really tough class, and this is the type of class that if you would have brought this out for my finals in this division, I'd been extremely happy. You guys are all extremely good. There are three of you that I'm coming back that I thought maybe just kind of stayed in the middle and stood out just a little bit more, not to take away from anybody else, because there's a lot of really good showmen out here. In no particular order, the three showmen that are returning to the finals is number 349, the young lady right here, the young man right here with his blue-butted barrel, and then the young lady in kind of the tan jacket. Let's give all three of those and everyone a big round of applause as they go back to the barn today.
Selected to return from our second class here in Division 4 was Bailey Oliver, Skylar Knapp, and Wyatt DeBus. Congratulations to those three. Once we clear the ring, we'll bring in our third class, that's Class C, here in just a moment. let's introduce you to our third class here in Division 4. Those exhibitors include Ethan Chance, Colton Keener, Ashley Hoskins, Grant Holsenbeck, Cassandra Parks, Michaela Howard, Dalton Leonard, Sarah Troyer, Lauren Bush, Levi Stauffer, Tony Bannister, Hunter Estes, Megan Mensch, Casey Way, and Caroline Martin.
Another really nice class. Let's give all these showmen out here a really big round of applause. This was another exceptionally good class of showmen, and everybody out here, they know what's going on, and they know how to show, and they do it extremely well. So I hope some of those younger kids and new exhibitors are around ringside watching this divisions, because they can learn a lot from these guys. There are 3 showmen that are going to be coming back to our finals out of this class. Not to take away from the other ones, maybe you just didn't stand out quite as much. We had a couple pigs giving us some fits out here and different things like that. So the 3 showmen in no particular order that I'm bringing back to rework: the young lady with the Burke right here in front of me, the young man man right here in the red and blue shirt, and then the young lady in the yellow shirt. Those are going to be our 3 finalists today. Let's give everybody a big round of applause as they go back to the barn.
Thank you, Amy. Selected to return from Class C includes Lauren Bush, Levi Stauffer, and Megan Minch. Congratulations to those 3 exhibitors. And as they clear the ring, we will bring in Class D. Class D is our final class in Division 4. introduce this class, our final class of the afternoon, or this morning. Here in Class D, we have Haley Pell, Sophia Ledfer, Jesse Van Ness, Ian Brinker, Olivia Glasser, Trevor Leichenletter, Dustin Jones, Jake Udendorf, Austin Rule, TJ Parks, Catherine Ramage, Alicia Hamrick, Courtney Reynolds, Paige Weininger, Ashley Linton. Those are our exhibitors here in our final class of showmanship. have identified the name of that loose pig. That pig paint brand 714 belongs to Levi McMinn. Levi McMinn, paint tag 714, that is your pig. That hog, I believe, is still over in the check-in pen, so you might want to go get that hog there as soon as possible. Thank you.
Another really good class as we end the class portion of Division 4. Let's give these showmen a huge round of applause. Like I've said in the other classes, this is a tough class. You know these showmen out here have done a lot. They've shown a lot. They're extremely good. Every single one of them's good out here and deserves to make it to the finals. And this is one of those classes where if we probably rework them a couple hours later, the 4 I'm bringing back would change. And I know ringside we all have our favorites. It's kind of the ones, I guess, that hit me the hardest as we were out here showing. And so we're going to rework those guys in just a minute, but congratulations to all you guys out here. I know as you get up into these divisions, your show careers are winding down, and it's been a lot of fun to watch you today. So in no particular order, the 4 showmen that I have coming back to rework in the finals is the young man right here in front of me, the young lady right here, the young lady right here in the pink plaid shirt, and then the young lady in the polka dotted shirt. Those 4 are coming back to the finals. Let's give them and everybody in this class a big round of applause.
Selected to return from Class D was Sophia Lenfer, Jesse Van Ness, Catherine Ramage, and Paige Weininger. Congratulations. Let's reintroduce our finalists here in Division 4. Those exhibitors include Braden Fannin, Hallie Landry, Tate Coulter, Bailey Oliver, Skylar Knapp, Wyatt DeBusk, Lauren Bush, Levi Stoffer, Megan Mensch, Sophia Linfer, Jesse Van Ness, and Catherine Ramage. Congratulations, and if you would please put your hands together and congratulate all of our finalists here in Division 4. Once again, at the conclusion of this division, we will take our top 10 pictures. We need all of our top 10 finalists in all of our divisions, both yesterday and this morning, to go to the picture backdrop on the east side of the barn over by the swine office. That green backdrop should be there, and you will take those pictures. We just need you. Don't bring your pig, just yourself. We will do that in between in our 1 hour break, and that time we'll get to you in just a few moments.
another really good division. Let's give these top finalists out here a huge round of applause. We had 13 that made it to the semifinals, and I decided instead of just pulling 10 out and sending 3 back, that we just placed them 1 through 13. And this is an exceptional group. And this Division 4, you have your kids that are in, juniors, seniors of high school into their first couple years of college, and it's just quite remarkable to come out here and watch them, and such an honor. These guys do such a great job, and a lot of fun to watch, and you can learn a lot from them. We have some pigs that are starting to act up and get tired on us out here, and that kind of is how we got some of those placings a little further down, but I commend you. To talk about our top 4 I have out here real quick, we'll start with the young man. He's out here and he just makes it look so easy. Just kind of floats along the ring, great eye contact, just very calm. You could tell him and this bear have logged in several hours to get out here. Just does a really good job as far as ring placement. Next we'll go with the young lady in the jacket. She's another one. She just does a good job. She's always in the right spot at the right time. When we came back out here kind of when we were working this top 13, her bear gave her some fits at the very beginning, and I thought it was kind of going to be their end, and then next thing I know, they're out here and you never would have known it. She just is a remarkable showman and just a lot of fun to watch. The young lady in front of me in the blue shirt, she's one that just makes it look easy. Her and her pig kind of just blend together. There's sometimes you don't even see her, but you always see that pig out here, always finds the opening and just so calm and just does an extremely good job at just finding the openings. You can tell her and this bear have spent many hours together as well, as he's just kind of floating out here, not tiring down as we get further into this competition. Then we have the young lady right here kind of in the pink and kind of paisley shirt. She's one that's intense. Of our top 4, she's the most intense in how she drives. Extremely great eye contact. She's out here, does a really good as far as ring placement. Always knew right where she was. Of our top 4, her pig's been kind of acting up on her the most, but that's not even fazed her. They are always out in the middle and works extremely well. An extremely great group of kids, and it's been a lot of fun to judge them. So real quick before I pick our top 4, it's kind of my last time out here. I really appreciate you guys having me back to judge showmanship. Showmanship is my all-time favorite part of showing pigs. It doesn't matter if you have the best one or the worst one. Thank you. It's something that's near and dear to my heart, and it's my favorite part of the show. And Cooper's 17 months old, and hopefully maybe next year or the year after, he'll be out here in that little first class of showmanship, running around the ring, waving at everybody. And I can't wait, and it's just such a special thing, and I just love it. So thank you again. And also, I know we're going to have the show later on, but give all the ring guys help and the ladies announcing and Tyler announcing and everybody. It's hard and puts in a lot of hours. So awesome group. We're going to start in our 4th place and work our way down to our champion. So today, our 4th place showman's going to be the young man. Let's give him a big round of applause. Our 3rd place showman's the young lady right here. She's done a great job all day. And then for me, it came down between the young lady and the kind of the bright colored shirt and the young lady in the blue. 2 different styles, but both doing an extremely good job. Today, your Division 4 winner is the young lady in the blue. The young lady in the bright colored shirt is going to be reserved. Nice job. Briefly talk about the showman coming out. We talked to the young lady that's coming out in 5th. She does such a great job, as everybody does. Her pig just started getting a little tired on her as we got out here and didn't cooperate quite as much. Same thing, the young man coming out in 6th, done an extremely good job early, extremely good coming out of his heat. When we got out here, the bear started to get a little hot on him. The longer we went, he kind of shifted gears down. Young lady coming out next, it's kind of the same story. She done a really good job, but her pig just started not wanting to cooperate quite as much out here, and that's what got her place. And you drop. The young lady coming out next with the Berkshire, she done an extremely good job. Her pig kind of was giving her fits the whole time, and then she got him turned back around. Young man coming out next, he is extremely extremely intense. If you want to watch an intense showman, this guy's it. He is so on his game and knows exactly what he wants. Unfortunately, his barrow just got a little hot and tight on him and didn't want to give him the drive. Young lady coming out next, the same thing. She's so good and calm when she's out here showing. A lot of fun to watch. Her gilt just got tired on her and kind of shifted her gears down and didn't want to go. Same story with the young lady next. It kind of happened to each of them back to back. Her Duroc gilt kind of didn't want to just cooperate quite as much as we needed to as we got back out here into the finals. Same thing, the young man coming out next. His pig was one of the first ones that really started to act up, but man, he does a great job. A lot of fun to watch. And same as the young man coming out next. A really good showman. His partner just kind of gave up on him today. Congratulations. Thank you everybody for having me, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, Amy, and all of your great work this weekend. We appreciate it tremendously. We'll give you the results from Division 4. We had 13 finalists, and in 13th was Braden Fannin from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. 12th place went to Wyatt DeBus from Paso Robles, California. 11th went to Paige Weininger from Waveland, Indiana. 10th place went to Megan Mensch from Shirley, Indiana. 9th went to Levi Stauffer from Mount Blanchard, Ohio. 8th place went to Lauren Bush from Flora, Indiana. 7th went to Sophia Lentfer from Firth, Nebraska. 6th place went to Tate Coulter of Albany, Indiana. 5th place went to Bailey Oliver of DeLand, Florida. 4th place went to Jesse Van Ness from Danville, Indiana. 3rd went to Skylar Knapp of Greenfield, Indiana. Our reserve showman in Division 4 was Catherine Rampage of Bloomington, Indiana. And our champion went to Hallie Landry of Jeanerette, Louisiana. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors in Division 4. We need all of those top 10 individuals in all of our showmanship divisions with your ribbon to the backdrop for a picture at this time. All of our top 10 in our divisions with your ribbon to the picture backdrop on the east side of the barn. Time is currently 10:30, so we will resume our show, our purebred show, at 11:30. 11:30 we will start our purebred show. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Attention in the swine barn. First call for Class 1 Berkshires to the makeup ring. We are going to be starting the market show in 5 minutes. First call, Class 1 Berkshires to the makeup, please.
Whitney Swain. We need you and your pig in Class 1, the Berkshire Class 1, Exhibitor 1095. That show is starting. And with that, we would like to introduce our judge for this afternoon. Back with us again this year is Mr. Andy Rash from Kewanee, Illinois. Andy and his family raise show pigs, many different breeds, and they show at many of the shows you've seen across the Midwest and had a lot of success. Andy received his associate's degree from Black Hawk East, his bachelor's from Western Illinois University, and went on to receive his master's from the University of Illinois. Recently, he judged at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. He's judged the Bears at San Antonio, and he's very excited to be back here at Nail, one of the real good judges that we have in this business. And if you would please welcome Mr. Andy Rash from Kewanee, Illinois. As we get our show started this afternoon, we do have plenty of more programs up here at the announcer stand. You can pick those up. Our purebred programs are available. Looks like we will have 3 classes of Berkshire hogs. 3 classes of Berkshire hogs.
She was out.
And it's worth noting that the weight range here in this first class is 230 to 245. For those sitting ringside and those at home that may not have a program, on the program there is a minimum and a maximum weigh back there. It's 15 pounds. And we will do some temporary placings. We'll weigh the top end of the class and verify that those have cleared before we have an official placing of our top 10 in each particular weight class. Second class of Berkshires, Class 2. You can head this way. Class 2, Berkshires. As we get our regular show underway, we also need to announce and just to remind everyone that this is a water-only show. No oil is allowed. Water only on all of our hogs as they enter and exit the ring. Thank you. At this time, if you would please put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors as they are dismissed from the ring. Some awfully good hogs that are going back to the barn.
They're turning them all back. You're going to go out at the end of the placing pens. They'll go back to the barn.
Just as a housekeeping item, we'd like to pass along, as all of the exhibitors are dismissed from the ring, you will go and exit out where the placing pens are in that corner down by the 1 pen. The first pen, that's where we will exit for the duration of our regular show. This is the final call for the second class of Berkshires. If you're not up here already, final call, Class 2 Berkshires. Exhibitors sitting ringside and back in the pens, just be aware that we need to have some visible paint numbers on the top of your hogs when they come into the ring. We have to see those numbers in order to get your placing. As we weigh our first set of hogs, just like to make an announcement for any exhibitor and their families that want to take pictures of the hogs before they are transferred over. Please be sure and tell us when you go into the makeup area if you want to do that. Obviously, if you end up winning your class or something like that, we can kind of work with you there, but please let us know ahead of time in the makeup area if you want your picture taken. Thank you. Rather than the makeup area, I apologize. We'll do that in the exit area, so just let us know over there. Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon, and certainly an honor to be back here. And we may be downshifted a little bit in terms of my normal speed in the first class of Berkshires, and you know they're tough to put together. When you bring these top 5 or 6 together, they kind of put some different pieces together. You know, this morning it hit me as I was sitting at the stoplight and looked straight ahead at Freedom Hall, just how cool it is to be here. Not just me, but everyone that's involved in this type of event. It's a great day to be alive. We're at a hog show where we're making youth better, and I think we start out with a really good set of young people and a nice set of pigs. I'd like to change all 3 of them. I'm just going to come out of the gate and say it, but there's one, when you set muscle and shape aside, is by some margin the best one in the class. Young man here in the center of the ring is driving your class winner. If you want to build one in terms of design from the side, he has that elevation of shoulder that everyone recently likes to talk about, but he does it with a good lay to his blade. He's the most agile off his back too. He has more range and reach to his hock, his hip joint, and his pasterns are good and square at the ground. If you can beef him up right out of the back of his blade, he's a runaway winner for me. And what I like to sort, that one still wins the class logically. You got a decision between second and third for me. The chunkier one at the far side is going to be in the 2-hole. This guy's extremely round in his body shape. Far side, but sorry, at the far side along the gates, extremely round in his body shape. When you get on top of him, he opens up extremely good out of his blade. We'd like to change him in a couple places. He hinges a little tighter and wants to tie a little tighter in his hook to pin relationship there. He gets a little quicker. I think that's one that in my opinion carries a little more weight up through his jaw, through his skull, and through his neck. I'd like to just design him better from the profile. The young man that's in third over here has a little more extension to him. I think this guy has a better look in his lower jaw. I think when you really break him down, he has more length in his hip, and because of that, I think that one has some advantages when you get right on top of him and read him hooks back and pins down to his hock joint. From his hock joint to his foot's where I change him. He sets him on the outside a little little bit for me. He wants to hinge a little tighter out of his hip. Young lady come out of fourth was in the fight till the end, and when you really break this one down, you get him off from the side and you like some things he offers. He's clean in his composition. When you really study that one behind his shoulder blade, I'd like to open his forerib up just a bit. He wants to pinch and cave in there right behind his elbow and his heart, and when you get on top of him, he flattens in his body cavity. I still think that one has some good in him, particularly in his front two-thirds from the profile. Again, we could change the way he drives off them back too. The paler skin one that comes out of fifth is just a really good basic hog that has great muscle shape up high. This guy's just too rigid off both ends for me. He's a little stilty up in his front end. He's a little stilty in his pasture and a little straighter in his hock. Presented extremely well in terms of back shape, particularly right out of his blades, probably as fresh as we have of anything in the class. The young lady that comes out of sixth here has one that from the side gives you a nice look in his top line. Actually, when he came in, I thought the back of his blade to his tail head was probably as good as anything in the class. His lower line's good. Flank, as you run him up to his base of his chest, gives you a nice design as well. That one to me just gets a little tighter in his step, and from behind he wants to play in his weight on his outside hoof. We need to square him up. Good smaller hog here, lighter weight, that you really like the flexibility in up front. From behind wants to get a little more rigid in their hock. She flattens too much. Let's congratulate these exhibitors for a great class of Berkshires.
Okay, we'll give you those results. Class 1, Berkshire's first place went to Hunter Rice. Second went to Aubrey Clark. Third went to Drew Reed. Fourth went to Madeline Harrison. Fifth went to Whitney Swain. Sixth went to Lauren Bush. Seventh went to Mackenzie Mitchell. Eighth went to Owen Brinker. Ninth went to Cassandra Parks. 10th went to Wyatt Miller. 11th went to Mason Belcher, and 12th went to Katie Davis. We'll go from the top down on your program. If you're following along, you should go skip, 7, 11, 5, skip, skip, 3, 6, 12, 4, skip, 8, skip, 2, 10, skip, 1, and 9. That are the results out of Class 1. Class 2 should be in the ring, and Class 3, this is your call to head on up. Class 3 Berkshires, you can head this way. second class of Berkshires. We've bumped up the weight to 247 to 266. Again, all those exhibitors that are placed 3 through 10 or have been dismissed from the show ring, Steve Mapes will be available for pictures in the photo backdrop area, in the southeast corner of the swine portion of the barn. And you need to let the loadout committee know as you're exiting the ring if you want that picture taken before the hogs are loaded up. So please make that very clear if you want a picture taken. Thank you. Again, some of those later breeds that are coming up, we would really ask that if you need to repaint those hogs, get that done as soon as you can. It makes our job extremely tough to get the placings done if we can't see the numbers. So make sure that those hogs are clearly painted on their back. That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please put your hands together and give all these kids a big round of applause as they are dismissed back to their pens.
really a good class in our second class within the breed, and I think it comes down between two, and they're a little different in what they bring to the table. I think there's some give and take there, but there's one that hits me as the most complete bear in the drive. Young man in the blue shirt's driving your class winner. One that doesn't naturally want to get out here and be a show hog in terms of his head carriage, but break this one down and really study this one in terms of joint work and being genuine. He, compared to the second place bear by some margin, has more roll and bulk to his body cavity. When you get right on top of him, his blade sets on his foreribs square and wider, and because of this, he powers up at the top of his blade better. He comes out of his blade fresher and truer with a bolder look, and that one has more feature just in terms of jaw and just front 1/3. Now, not talking about bone and just sheer foot size, because that advantage is in the young man's bear that's coming at me here that's going to be second. When he first came in, I dig that one's hind leg. He hit the ring. He had a big foot. He's got a deep toe. He plants his pasture and uses his hock and sets his stifle joint in his body right. You know how I am about hind legs. That one triggered me pretty hard, and I thought we got to throw him in the pen. Let's see how he shapes up when we really break him down into these top 3 or 4. As we do that, and you get right on top of him, he planes up at the top of his blade. His forerib wants to collapse on us a bit. He planes up out of his hip and just doesn't have that natural spread at the top side of his body, but it's still very close, because that's a good-looking one from the side that has an enormous foot, a big hind leg, and uses it the right kind of way when we ask him to get out and drive. Young lady's bear that's here in the third hole, I think, is just a really basic, bulky one. When you get on top of him, he spreads and opens up extremely good in his upper skeleton. As I come from there downs where I change him, he wants to get a little stiffer in terms of his posture, and his toes are tighter, and because of that, he doesn't have the stability off his back too. He wants to narrow up in his footing from behind. Young lady does a great job, has him presented extremely well, and we certainly like the upper body spread that one has to offer. This guy here from the profile I thought was going to fight all the way into second hole. When you get him out and study him at the drive, and the young man gets his head popped there, he can give you a look of design, he can give you a look of balance. When you get right on top of him, that one's body just flattens too much for me because of his narrowness of frame and just flatness of rib. We don't open up and power up high. Combine that with a little shorter kind of a face and a shorter kind of a neck, and we need to drop him down here into the fourth hole. But boy, the middle of his back shapes right, and I think from the profile, that one does some pretty neat things when you get him off at the side. Young lady that comes out next has another basic moderate bear that's extremely good, in my opinion, in terms of freshness of center back. I think up front, he wants to show a little damage at the top of his blade. Most importantly for me, down low from behind, he's shifting that weight on his outside toe. Because of that, he's narrowing up in his base, and we need to give him a truer look as he leaves you from hock to back foot. Here's a basic fundamental hog that's big-centered, very functional in his kind, just gets a little plainer in his design. When you get out of his hip there, he wants to drop his pins and tuck a bit, but still a nice kind of a hog that you certainly got to appreciate for functionality. I'd like to open this one up, because from the profile, I think she does some really cool things. I think this one is really good in terms of height of her shoulder. Her hip structure is designed right to me in terms of having a natural slope, but still giving you a look of balance. A little stilty off both ends, a little narrower about her frame. Let's give these young people a nice hand as they head back.
Thank you. Any results out of Class 2 in our Berkshire show? First place went to Daniel Jackson. Second went to John Clammy. Third went to Peyton Jones. Fourth went to Kason King. Fifth went to Amity Batt. Sixth went to Madison List. 7 went to Haley Pell. 8th went to Lauren Kokenauer. 9th went to Abram Phillips. 10th went to Taylor Kuntz. 11th went to Zoe Robinson, and 12th went to Bobby Satterfield. If you're following along with us, from the top down in your program, it should go skip, 9, 1, skip, skip, 3, 11, skip, 8, 12, 7, 5, skip, 2, 6, 4, and 10 on the bottom. We are now showing Class 3. The weight range in this class should be 267 to 290. We need those first and seconds in our Berkshire show from classes 1 and 2, if you're not already in the makeup area, to head that way.
Call them off if you want to.
As these exhibitors are dismissed, if you would please congratulate them on a job well done. Remember, if you kids want a picture, if you're exiting the ring, you need to go make sure the hog committee, the loadout truck folks know that you want that picture taken.
Get the makes immediately.
Steve Mapes is over in the backdrop area, and he is going to take your picture if you want it. Thank you. Just a reminder to all of our exhibitors and their families, if you have some folks at home that want to check out all the action here at the North American, you can visit our website at livestockexpo.org and click on that live feed, and it'll send you right here to the cameras that are live action here in the show ring. Also like to thank Farm Credit Services of Mid-America again for all their support and sponsorship of the North American.
That was a very
Without them,
for our lives.
this show would not be possible.
I love it.
Those Chester exhibitors in Class 1, you've got plenty of time. We're finishing our last Burke class, but you can head this way. Class 1, Chesters.
Hey, we got us a really good class here in the last class of the Berkshires of the Heavies, and I think all three of these are phenomenal creatures within their breed, but really a tough class that runs 10, 12 deep. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors real quick for bringing the heat in this last one. These top three you can discuss a couple different ways, but there's one that hit me extremely hard coming out of the gate, and every once in a while she's wanting to peel out on that back foot, but at the same time when you break down skeleton, you study them and how they go to the ground, you look at angles and you compare them to their contemporaries. The one that suits me the best is the young man's Gilt out here in the center of the ring. She's going to win the class. I think one when you really study them, and I'm big on texture of skin and hair, not to mention I dig the haircut on this one. Thank you for leaving some shag on them, making them look natural. At the same time, when you really break her down, behind that hair, there's density, there's substance. She has big feet. She's got a big forearm. She's got a great skull, but still is clean in that jawline. She shapes up down her back line as fresh and as good as anything in the class. She balances as good as anything in the class. That one still has body cover, still has cleanness, and still has shape, and I think that that's a neat combination, but yet has balance from the side. Is she as jacked up or whatever we talk about in terms of the height of her shoulder? No, but I still think she balances good, and I like that curvature she rolls with to her shoulder blade. You can make this close if you want, but I actually thought there was one that pushed our class winner, particularly when you watch this one get out and drive. It's the young man here in the center of the ring. This guy's heads up. He's elevated up front. He's got a great look in his underline. I think he balances extremely good there, and when he takes a stride from this side, he does it with ease. He's got an athletic kind of a look in terms of his drive. I changed him in a couple areas. He's a little frailer compared to that one we just used. I don't think he's by any means one that you'd call frail, but in this comparison, you'd like to stouten up that one's front arm, take him to the ground with a little more density. His back line's just a little rougher. He wants to get a little piecey in his top line. When you squat down and take a read of that one from the side, I like to change him there, but still a very, very good barra. Again, I like the wheels that guy uses. He can shift gears and never miss a beat. We've got one here that drops in the third hole, that coming and going probably fits the bill as good as any, because he is genuine and true from the side. When you step off of this one, he wants to get out of balance a little bit. He comes in pieces. He's a little slower set at the top of his blade compared to his hook bones there. He wants to drop off a little quicker as we get down to his pins, and from behind you could probably just base him wider, but at the same time the width he does have sits on him square, sits on him genuine and true. This one from the profile I think is a pretty neat critter as well. I love this one's skull. The fact that she has a great jaw, a bold snout, a bold forehead, and at the same time has a clean look from her lower shoulder forward. That's a pretty good combination. From the side she balances good. She just comes a little flatter. When she gets right in behind her forerib, she caves in on us a bit. Her mid-body flattens on us a bit. I'd like to gauge her wider right there through her engine, but a really nice kind of a gilt from the profile. If you can take this one from his hock up and forward, that guy's massive and dense. He has the biggest top of anything in the class. When you get right at his 10th, it's enormous in terms of how he rolls out of his spine. He does that because he's got a round rib cage set underneath of him. At the same time, that one wants to close up in his back foot. He wants to push his hock just a little bit and step on the outside of his toe, but still a really, really good barra. Look at the hind leg in that one in terms of substance and bone and foot size. Hard to put them together with that much density, that much bulk. We just need to square him up in a really, really tough class. A rawer gilt that comes out next that I like from the profile. Her extensions are good. She's a hair longer bodied than everything in the class, and I'm not using that as a negative, but with this extension and length of body, we've also got to carry some substance and some bulk with it. That one wants to give up on us a little bit. When you get right on top of her, study her mid-body, run it down to her belly line, she wants to collapse on us a bit in terms of her rib cage. Got a really good bear here that come out limping on us out of his front foot. Fundamentally, I like the way that one's put together. I like his center body. His functionality's good. Again, favoring a front toe. Let's congratulate him with a nice class.
Thank you, Andy. Our results out of class number 3 in our Berkshire show. First place went to Riker Mock of Gaston, Indiana. Second went to Garrett Lowe's. Third went to Samuel Logue. Fourth went to Noah Kitterman. Fifth went to Xander Gillespie. Sixth went to Hannah Patterson. Seventh went to Lauren Thomas. Eighth went to Logan Thomas. Ninth went to Titan Williams. 10th went to Madison List. 11th went to Laney Warren. And 12th went to Mackenzie Satterfield. Following along from the top down, it should read skip 11, 9, 7, 2, 3, skip, 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 5, skip, 6, 8, 12, skip, 10, skip, 4, and 1 on the bottom. We will now select our champion and reserve champion Berkshire. Returning from Class 1 was Hunter Rice. Second in that class was Aubrey Clark. Out of Class 2, first place was Daniel Jackson. Second was John Clammy. And out of the last class we just witnessed, first place went to Riker Mock. Second was Garrett Lowe's.
into our champion Berkshire drive, and I am really pleased with the quality, and it comes in a little different pieces. I'm not one to single trait. I like the totals within that particular class, and the cards you're dealt, you kind of work through them. I guess I'm not going to fix on one area unless it's hind leg and just how they use it, and at the same time I like them being genuine. That's the one thing about these three to me, is they're genuine, they're true, coming and going, regardless of where they're with sets. There's one out here that hit me extremely hard, and one that, you know, you really study this one in terms of skeleton. Once in a while she wants to hinge a little tighter up high, up in her hip. When you come down into her stifle or hock and her foot, and the flexibility she has there is incredibly good. But then you start laying on the other totalers, and you talk about freshness, you talk about one that, in my opinion, fits her weight extremely good, one that combines bulk and mass, but does so in a very clean kind of a package, and still has a big engine, still has a dense forearm and a great jaw, but has you a nice look up front. Young man out of the last class is driving your champion. Let's give him a nice hand.
Riker Mock just selected as our champion Burt here at Lowe's. Second in that class, now comes in for reserve contention.
We bring in this second place to our champion, and like we said in class, there were times for me where he pushed that class winner and champion, particularly when you study him from the side, and just his coordination and how he picks him up and sets him down. You know, I think this one maybe at times wants to get that stifle joint rolled a little bit forward, but at the same time, profile drive is as good as it gets. We said maybe a little busted up in that top line, but that's being awful picky. I think we got a pair that stick together. The one that I just used hit me extremely hard. I know I don't want to upset a kid. It'd be hard for me to part with that one to a truck. We're going to follow right in suit with that one that pushed that young man's guild. Right here, our second place one's reserved.
Garrett Lowe's, second in Class 3, just selected as our reserve champion. Congratulations to those two. Just a housekeeping item. Remember, we're going to have our breed champions and reserves will be DNA tested tomorrow after our grand champion drive. So that's tomorrow, and this applies to Berks, Durocs, Hamps, Landrace, and Yorks only. Those breeds will be tested tomorrow after the grand drive. So we change gears and move into our Chester show. We will have two classes of Chesters. And here in our first class, the weight range is 230 to 250.
They were on the left.
outstanding Chester exhibitors. I see many of them are already up here. But all those Chesters in the second class, you can head this way. As these exhibitors leave the ring, if you would please put your hands together and thank them for coming out here to the North American. attention in the barn. Kevin Laurent, you're needed in the swine office. Kevin Laurent, we need you in the swine office. Thank you.
I do not know who are.
Hey, we got a good class here in the Chesters, and this is one of those classes where you have plays built for the show, and then you come in and the play backfires, and you know, we've all been there, and I guess with these top three, you line them up how you want. I'm just going to try to break them down and describe to you what I'm seeing. If you want to disagree in a place or two, I'm cool with that, but you know, this is kind of a puzzle to put together because of some circumstances that happened out here. I think there's all three that are really, really good. The one that kind of totals up and initially was going to drop in a two-hole, young man in that middle of the rings driving your class winner. He does a great job on the stick, and when you do back off the stick, where I'd like to change this bar is his most comfortable position. You give that guy his head, his shoulder blade rocks forward. We need to set that back on his body a little bit, but that one carries a fresher center cavity to him. He's really good in terms of his hock shape and how he goes to the ground behind. He actually has more give to his pasterns than another contender out here. I think he's one that just when you look at the class and you realize what happens, has to go ahead and win for me. In the two-hole, we're going to use this young lady out here in the center of the ring, one that hit me really hard for being natural and fundamentally built right in terms of his skeleton. Does his tummy need to be fuller? For sure. I'd like to give that guy a bucket of feed and water and see what he does in terms of freshness. I don't know if he's not eating or if he's tugged on a little bit, but when you do that, he dries out in his forerib and his mid-body, and he starts to show a little damage in terms of his top line, but just in terms of being one that's genuine, runs north and south when you get onto his skeleton, and it has a great look when you get on him from hock to footing from behind. I like that guy a great deal. Young man here that drops into the third hole, this is the one I was talking about. Sometimes we try to run plays, those plays backfire. Buddy, I've been there. I've had tears in the same situations that you're in. This is a good bar, fought the scale, gave out on us. I really, really like some things this guy puts together. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause here, if you would, for driving a good one that just had a bad play on him. We dropped the one out of him fourth, and not to take away from these top three, but I like this guy's build just in terms of being genuine and true. He just doesn't have as much to him. We'd like to work on some skin and hair presentation there. Obviously in the middle of his back he maybe broke with some staff, but still a fundamentally good hog. It's got a very useful hind leg. He's got some athleticism to him. He just flattens up on us a bit. As we move from here down is where we get into some pieces. I like some pieces about all of these. They just don't total up for me. The top side of this one rolls a fresh top. He's really good when you get at his 10th rib. He wants to narrow up in his frame when you get to his front feet. Behind, same deal. Just wants to collapse a little bit in terms of base. Could clean get this guy's crest up a bit, and he maybe wants to hinge a little different out of his hip and hind leg. A little flatter about his upper hip, a little shorter about his hip, but from there forward I like some things about him. Great skin and hair presentation coming out next. Got a good kind of a profile. When you get on top of him, he just planes up on us compared to those ahead of him. Not as much mass and dimension. Let's congratulate him for a good class.
Results out of that class of Chesters. First place went to Matt O'Connor. Second went to Emma Jones. Third went to Jacob Missinek. Fourth went to Andrew Wheeler. We'll get to that fifth place in just a second. Sixth was Braylon Jones. Seventh was Noah Mitchell. Eighth was Grant Holsenbeck. Ninth was Lindsey Walker. 10th was Tyler Dingman. 11th was Lucas Reed, and 12th was Ashley Linton. Here in our second and final class of Chesters, our weight range should be 251 to 290. as the remaining exhibitors are dismissed, if you would please put your hands together and congratulate them for coming out and showing here at the North American. We also have some very special guests with us. This group consists of mainly livestock producers and some others, industry folks mixed in, but they come to us from the country of Ukraine in the portion of Eastern Europe, and they are here with us, and if they would stand up and be recognized, we would love to welcome them to America and thank them for being with us here at the North American. Thank you. As we weigh this last class of Chesters, we will take the first class of Durocs. You've got plenty of time, but it is a pretty large class, so we want to get you organized before you get brought in. So Class 1 Durocs, you can start heading this way.
Another good class with a really logical class winner for me. Young lady here to my right's driving your class winner, one that fundamentally is just the best built in terms of skeleton, flexibility, joint work, how you put that frame together and line the bone work in terms of balance. I think one when you really study him from behind is the most genuine, is the truest built. I like the presentation. I think that one reads natural and fresh, not overwhelming when you get on top of him, but where he is good, he's extremely good. Very nice place to start. Second and third gets a little closer. If you're going to use one that's better looking, more attractive from the side, or one that's a little coarser and probably plants a little square from behind, for me, I'm going to use the youthfulness and the balance of this young man's barrel we got coming out here in the second hole. One that comes out of the gate with a big chest, and he's got that kind of unique head about him. I'd like to stouten his jaw up a bit, but at the same time, you got to compliment the extension, the cleanness he works with up front. Maybe sways his back just a bit, but at the same time, that looseness of spine allows him to carry his head a little higher than maybe some of them out here here, particularly compared to the third place bear. I'd like to square that bear out back off his back too. He wants to plan a little different, particularly in his back right, wants to shift his weight to the outside of his body. Here's the heavier duty bear in terms of skeleton and bone. Young man does a great job helping. I think his sister out here, good muscle shape down his top line, comes a little crestier, a little coarser, wants to get a little stiffer and tighter in terms of his joint work. It's because it's laid on his body a little straighter. We just need to give him more ease to his joints, and I think that bear could probably push the one we have in the second hole. Just a very basic hog from the side that comes out, hit the pin early because of foot size and bone and flexibility and looseness coming and going. We just need to open this one up. If we can take that ruggedness of feature that he has and just pull his body cavity apart, pack more punch up high, I think that one gets pretty good because, like I said, flexibility, he's as good as any. In terms of his running gear running north and south, he's as good as any. This guy here comes out of his shoulder with a ditch down his back, and he probably has the most true shape and muscle of anything in the class. He wants to get outside himself from behind. He wants to shift his stifle outside of his body. Need to bring him more back in line in terms of his frame, and then we can go ahead and use that extra shape and muscle and move him up a place or two in class. One that just needs to be more comfortable, but certainly like the density, certainly like the muscle shape. Let's put our hands together and congratulate him with a nice class.
We will now select our champion, Chester. First place in Class 1 was Matt O'Connor, and first in Class 2 was Auburn Harvey.
Really a good pair of bears out here, and I think that, both of them come out of pretty deep classes, but when you really break them down, put the totals together, when you study these two, I think they're different in what they offer. There's obviously one that when you get on top of him probably shapes up a little bit more, but when I read just fundamentals of skeleton, there's another one that hits me a little harder. The one that I'm going to use, to me, is just more right in terms of how his bones sit on his body, how he uses his bone work, deal with a little bit more chub up there in terms of his neck, and go from shoulders back and call him the one that's the best balanced, the truest in his kind, and the most flexible. Young lady is driving your champion. Let's give her a nice hand.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Auburn Harvey, just selected as the champion, Chester White. Second in that class.
Bring out the second to that champion, and we said comes out of the gate like a man in terms of his chest, and when you get on him from this side, he does have that unique look up front, and he gets his head above his shoulders, probably because he's slacked in his spine a little bit. He's able to do this. When you get right in behind him, I'd like to plant and hinge him different on those back two. Gets kind of close between these two. I made a comment on our first class winner back in class. This young man does a killer job driving him. When he does get into his most comfortable position, he kind of collapses in his chest floor and wants to run his shoulder blade a little straighter for me. Close pair. Young man out of the first class is going to be reserved. Let's give him a nice hand.
2, 25, 22.
Matt O'Connor just selected as the reserve. Chester, congratulations. We'll clear the ring and then we'll move into our Duroc show in just a moment. If you were the fifth place in class number 1 of the Chesters, we need you to the announcer's stand. If you were fifth place in class 1 of the Chesters, please make your way to the announcer's stand. Thank you. Duroc show. We should have 22 head here in our first class, and our weight range is 230 to 247. We kind of got in a hurry there, and I'll run down the second class of Chester placings for you. First place in that class, eventual breed champion, was shown by Auburn Harvey. Second was shown by Riley Hayden. Third was Gunnar Boyd. Fourth was shown by Madison Douglas. Fifth was shown by Jonathan McMillan. Sixth was shown by Taylor Coons. Seventh was shown by Morgan Oleg. Eighth was shown by Bailey Oliver. Ninth was Lindley Arnold. 10th was shown by Austin Connor. 11th was also shown by Austin Connor. And 12th was shown by Chase Farr. If you're staying at the Sleep Inn, check your pockets. We've got a room key that was turned in. If you're at the Sleep Inn, your room key was turned in. You name the number, we'll give it to you. We need to make sure that our drug testing, that's separate from DNA testing, all of our drug tests for all of our breed champion and reserves will take place just in about the same area as the photo backdrop. So we've had a couple reserves go up there. We need to make sure our breed champions go up there as well. Breed champions in the drug testing area, which is located in the far southeast corner of the swine barn. Especially our Burke. They're calling the Berkshire champion over to the drug testing facility. Thank you.
Does it get screwed up if they have time to do anything else?
First class, if you got peanuts.
Riker Mock, you and your Berkshire need to be in the drug testing area. Thank you. Class 2 of the Durocs, head this way. Class 2 Durocs to the makeup area. Please put your hands together and give a big round of applause for our exhibitors as they exit the ring. These size of classes, there's quite a few good ones that are still going back.
Really a good class. Top 5, 6, 7 are all really deep, and I think if we've got a pair out of them you can really break down and tear down and maybe do some different things with. Depends on how you want to line them up and your priorities, and sometimes you get out here on top of them and it looks just a little different than it does from the outside of the ring. This pair is extremely close for me, but I think the one that just hits me the hardest in terms of opening up better out of the back of his blade, having a more natural kind of a shape and just punch to his forerib, and one that's extremely unique in terms of the base of his chest and balance from the side. Young man here is driving your class winner with a really, really neat barrow to study. Taking nothing away from this one in second, because I'm sure there's some of you that are saying, based on how Rash sometimes lines him up, this one's skeleton is better, particularly in the front third of his body, and that it is. He does lay back better in terms of his blade. He lays back better in terms of his knee. I love that stoutness of feature he has up front, very comfortable in terms of his stride. He's an athlete. When you get right on top of him, he gives up quite a bit. When you get right out of his shoulder, he gets a little flatter and plainer in his upper rib. He just doesn't have that turned, that round kind of a shape to his center body like our class winner does. I think that's a very, very good pair to talk about. I think you can do some different things with them. We lost one to the scales here, but at the same time we dropped this one into third, a really unique creature. If we can change this one in a couple areas, I'd probably talk a long time about what he brings to the table. This one is truly a tough barrow in terms of his forearm. I think that's a very unique look in terms of having a big jaw, a stout kind of a look, but still being clean along that throat line. I think that's something we're flirting with danger in, is we can jerk their necks out of their body and we can make them pretty frail-headed in a quick hurry. This guy does that but still has feature. He's got bone. We need to soften his body. He dries up in us a bit in terms of his rib shape, his rib depth. He just needs more power in terms of his cavity and his engine, but a really good kind of a barrow. The one that comes out next is one that's very basic, particularly from his shoulders back. We like his fundamentals. He's soft, he's pliable, he's one that reads really good in his upper hip in terms of having dimension. His twist and center part of his ham probably carries as much power as anything in the class. From the side, he wants to run downhill on us, he gets out of balance. Here's a stinger from the profile. When he hit the ring initially, heads up, cocky attitude, way good from the side in terms of that presence he rolls around the ring with. When I get right in behind him, I need to change this guy and how he plants at the ground. Need to square him up a bit in terms of that stifle to hawk and hawk to surface, but more importantly, I think for me, upper rib is where he flattens. He's showing a little bit of damage there right out of his blade. Young lady does a killer job at the whip. I love that skin and hair, love that look and that heads up attitude with a loose kind of a spine working out of his blade. We bring a real fundamental guild out next that's just kind of heavy duty in her kind. She gets out of balance a bit at the top of her blade. She trots on us, and as she does, she gets to throwing them wheels east and west on us a little bit more than ideal, but still have to appreciate her kind, her fundamentals. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Here are the results for our first class of Durocs. First place went to Vay Dishman. Second went to Grace Glasser. Third went to Taylor Mullinex. Fourth went to Samuel Logue. Fifth went to Bryn Shuey. Sixth went to Taylor Sabins. Seventh went to Grace Burbank. Eighth went to Miranda Malcolm. 9 went to Alexis Farr. 10 went to Dawson Bell, rather, and 11th went to Whitley O'Neill. From the top down, it should go skip all the way down to 839 is 11, 5, skip, 9, 6, 8, skip, 7, 2, skip, 10, 4, go all the way down to 260 is 1, and then 3 on the bottom.
Okay, question.
Just a reminder to all of those exhibitors and their families, no trailers will be allowed to release until 3 o'clock. Trailer release will be available at 3 o'clock, so no trailer movement until that time. Thank you. Now moving into Class 2 of our Duroc show, and that weight range is 248 to 257. third class of Durocs, you can head this way. Class 3 Durocs to the makeup area. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as these exhibitors are dismissed, please put your hands together and congratulate them as they exit the ring. Remember, exhibitors, that if you want your picture taken, Mr. Mapes is over there in that southeast corner of the barn. He'll get your picture taken. Just let us know if you're going to do that before you get loaded out.
Really a good class of red ones here, and I think the last class was pretty deep at the top end. This one runs extremely deep, down 7-8 in class, and I think you get these three out here, and obviously they have some differences in what they bring to the table, which makes it challenging. At the same time, I think once you call one of them stout enough, he becomes a class winner for me. The young man here to my left is going to win the class. When he comes out of the gate, he's got a great chest and a great skull, got a big forearm, a big front paw set underneath of him. He balances extremely good in terms of his top line. For some, you'd probably like to tug his belly wall down a little bit. Maybe he doesn't have just as much depth to his center as these other two do out here. But when you get on top of him, he's extremely genuine in the shape he does have. He leaves you very, very true, and he is the most comfortable in terms of his skeleton. When you watch him travel, he goes north and south with them back wheels better than our second place bearer. He simply has more range and reach of motion than our third place bearer. Nice place to start. In second, the young lady lady in the center of the ring is driving one that I think does some pretty unique things as well. He's big-chested. He's more pliable about his body. That one probably has more turn when you get to his rear rib and is fuller in the upper part of his rear rib than our class winner. He's big-hipped. He's got a really deep twist. He comes a little bunchier about the muscle he works with back out of his hip. He wants to toss him on us a little bit and hinge a little tighter, or wants to toss him outside his body more than ideal, but a very good class with two really good ones on top. This guy, I think, if we could change him in a couple areas, is the best one, because I think he's a composite hog. He's one that really balances in terms of his length of body, but yet the depth he carries. He's extremely dense in the mass he has. I like this one's upper rib cage as good as anything in the class. I think that one leaves you with a very good turn to his upper hip, his outer ham there, and his twist. He's really full and dimensional as he leaves you. He gets a little straighter fronted, a little stiffer in his movement from behind. We need to free him up and reach off both ends, then he can go ahead and win the class. Profile and Machine comes out next. This young lady's gilt is one that from the side hits you really strong across the profile. Got a really up-headed kind of a look. You love that spine flexibility and head carriage that she naturally works with out here. Big-legged, big foot underneath of her with even toes. She just flattens too much for us when we get on top of her. I think when you compare to those top 3 or 4, we just need to give her more turn to her hip, her stifle, her center body needs more roll and bulk to it, but a really nice kind of a gilt that drops into that 4th hole. This young man's barra comes out and I think is just fundamentally right in terms of his profile. My problem is when I step in from behind him, I'd like to change him back wheels. He's shifting his weight to his outside hoof. That throws his hock and stifle outside of his body. We've got a great profile, like that depth of center. Front 2/3 are as good as it gets, and the lighter colored one that comes out heads up. He's one that's big in his chest. He's got a great shape to his forerib. I love that one right in behind his elbow, and just that punch he has to his heart and forerib. When we get in behind him is where I'd like to change him. Hooks back and pins down. That one gets a little quicker about his hip. He's shifting weight to his outside foot again, as I said about one that's a little higher there. I need to give him a square, more genuine look when we read him back through his rear third. This guy came in and hit the gate first. He was the first one in the pin. Didn't know what we were going to have in this class. He drops down in class when you study that one up high. He gets a little shelfy in his upper rib. He doesn't pack as much real shape, real muscle out of his blade. From behind, he closes up in his footing, but a nice bear that's big-legged, fundamentally good in his forerib and his heart. He's really pliable back in through his flank. Nice fundamental hog here that just gives up feature and dimension when you get on top of her. Let's give him a nice round of applause as they head back.
Results out of Class 2. First place went to Sam Stewart. Second went to Sarah Miller. Third went to Ashton Harvey. Fourth went to Ellie Burbank. Fifth went to Bryson Cooper. Sixth went to Ryan O'Farrell. Seventh went to Logan Brinker. Eighth went to Katie Brock. Ninth went to Mason Kitterman. 10th went to Jessica Page. 11th went to Ian Rosenbaum. And 12th went to Noel Marker. If you're following along on the program, 974 is 11th. Then we'll skip 7, 3, skip, 2, 8, skip down to 677 is 12. Skip down to 852, which is 10th, and then it goes 6, 5, 4, 1, and then 9 on the bottom. As we move here into Class 3 of our Duroc show, our weight range has been bumped up to 258 to 267. Also like to take this opportunity and thank all of our ring help, both here because of a work-related issue or maybe just because they're here because they enjoy the North American. We appreciate all of their support. If you would please put your hands together and thank all of our great ring help for all that they do this weekend. Asa Phillips, back tag 894 or paint brand 894 from here in Kentucky. We need you and your pig here in this class. Class number 3 is entering the ring. Give you some updated scores from the National Football League. At the end of the first quarter, the New York Football Giants lead Philadelphia 14-3. Some other games to go to the end of the first quarter. Baltimore leads Pittsburgh 7-0. America's team, or so they say, the Dallas Cowboys lead the Browns 7-3. End of the first. Detroit and Minnesota tied at 3, started the second. Class 4 Durocs, you can head to the makeup ring if you haven't already. Class 4 Durocs. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors as they are dismissed from the ring. We'd like to thank everyone for coming out, watching here at the North American, and also those that are watching at home online. If you have some family that, or even friends back home that would like to partake in the activities, simply go to the North American website at livestockexpo.org and click on the live feed link, and your possibilities are endless through these couple weeks here at the North American to view all of our livestock events. Also like to thank Farm Credit Services of Mid-America and all of their support of our youth and their support of the North American. Without them, this show certainly wouldn't be possible. We still also have a room key for the sleep-in that was turned in. It has the room number on it, and if you can identify that room number, we'd be sure give it back to you. So if you're at the sleep-in and you're missing your room key, let us know. For some of our visitors that aren't familiar with how we do things here at the North American, or maybe some of you folks at home, these top 3 in every class will be weighed back, and they have to be within the 15 pounds of what they showed or declared their show weight as. Here in this third class of Durocs, the weight range is 258 to 267.
Really a tough class here on the upper end. Sorry for slowing down here on these top 3 or 4 because I think that they're good quality livestock, but what they offer is in different areas. Just to be honest, there's not one of them that's perfect. There's not one of them that I'm probably going to talk forever about the things that they bring to the table totaling up, but man, where they're good, they're awfully good. I think you really got to break them down and put it together as a class, and when you do that, the one that totals up for me is the young lady's gilt here in the center of the ring. She combines the look and design of another bear out here, but keeps it a little wider, a little stouter at the ground from behind in terms of base width. She has more turn to the center part of her ham and twist, and she just has more dimension and shape back there from hooks to pins, and then from there down than the other bear that's good looking. And then compared to the meat wagoner, the one that has the most just real oomph in terms of his body cavity and hip, I think that she just designs and holds herself more collectedly when you go ahead and ask him to drive. I think second and third gets really close for me because there's one that from the side I think stays more collected, particularly in his top line. That one's front 2/3 and jaw and chest floor as good as any. Then the other one out here just simply has more to him in every angle, particularly when you get right in behind him. He wants to pivot and twist off those back too. I'd like to just give him a more genuine stride. I'd like to run him in line better in terms of his running gear. Close pair. The one that suits me the second best is the young lady's bear over here at the far side. I'm going to go ahead and use that extra density and mass. The front 2/3 of the one here to my left are as good as it gets. I just got to have more than that when we get to the ground from behind. Even if we'd spread his base, I would call that dimension of hip and ham good enough. He really closes up in his footing. I'd like to lengthen that hip out as well. You cut him off at his hooks bones from there forward, you don't build him much better than that one, particularly from the side, and yet he opens up out of his blade very good. This bear that comes out next was hard to read because there's times where he was my favorite bear in the class. If you want to just get on him coming and going, he eats the class, but when you study him from the side, he wants to run that shoulder blade a little straighter than ideal. This throws him out of balance because he's wanting to shove his middle of his spine up, and he wants to get a little piecey in his top line. Young lady does a great job on the stick. I just still think there's some good in that when you want to build them square, particularly from their chest up, from their hock up. That one reads with some natural density and shape. This gilt actually was going to hit the pin, or did hit the pin out of the chute over here, and I don't think she saw me, and I think the reason that she hits the pin fast for me is that's just a pliable, soft, good built one in terms of her center body. I think she's one that's agile in terms of her step. Gets a little piecey from the side for me, particularly when you look at her at the top of her blade, how she hooks in there and then carries a little shorter kind of a neck with a deeper kind of a throat. Maybe wants to tuck them pins on us just a bit up high. I love that one spread in the middle of her back. I think, again, very pliable and soft kind of a body. This guy wore out on us, and I know he was out here the longest because he come out of the gate pretty early, but certainly has quite a bit of quality. I think this is the toughest skeleton hog in the class. When you really get down to the ground and look at their feet, this guy's feet are square and genuine. He's got a monster forearm in him. He's got a great turn to his shoulder blade, and yet I think that one's composition is awfully good. He wants to round out of that hip a bit, and as he gets to driving harder, he throws him at the ground harder, and I'd like to see if we can give him an easier step, if we can let him just have more range and reach and show him the bottom side of his paw a little bit more. I think that one moves up into the top 3 because I like his density, I like his feature and forearm. This one's kind of an intriguing piece because when you get him from behind him, you like this one in terms of spread, mass, and width. From the side, he reads just a little plane out of his blade, and when you really break him down there from a 3/4 angle, he does flatten in the upper part of his rib. He planes up on us pretty good right there at the top of his shoulder, and he maybe wants to twist a little bit off them back too, being awful picky. One that's jacked up front, good looking, long bodied, got a great hard shape in the middle of his top line. He just stays hard all the way through his body for me. I read that one being a little harsher in his center, harsher in his kind. I think if you could put him just a little more massive in terms of his cavity and move him up a class or two, he'd probably fit in a little bit better, but a really good bear. Let's congratulate him as they head back.
Thank you, Andy. Results from Class 3. First place went to Kylie North. Second went to Tristan Rascal. Third went to Ashton Geyer. Fourth went to Maddie Dishman.
Big numbers on
Fifth went to Taylor Darner. Sixth went to Cade Sponsel. Seventh went to Jay Labatt. Eighth went to Rainey Burge. 9 went to Peyton Weininger. 10 went to Braden Fannin. 11th went to Dalton Workman. And 12th went to Ethan Baldwin. If you're following along in our program, it should go from the top down 2, 12, 5, skip, 1, 9, 4, 7, then go all the way down to 371 is third, 8, and go down to 1057 is sixth, skip, 10, skip, skip, and 11 is on the bottom. So we move into Class 4. The weight range goes up to 268 to 277. Just to keep you updated, back in the pen, we are currently bringing in Class 4 of the Durocs. Class 4 is coming into the ring. If you are in Class 5 of the Durocs, Class 5, you can head this way. Class 5, Durocs. As these exhibitors exit the ring, if you would please congratulate them. Give them a big round of applause for coming out here to the North American. interested in Team Purebred or NJSA gear, those booths are open behind me. Make a great Christmas present or just a sweet nail present. Whatever you prefer, that booth is open behind the announcer's stand.
really a great class with two of them on top that are kind of in a dogfight here, and I think that these two probably bring as much to the table as we've seen in this particular breed. And I was just telling Brian, a few of those classes are difficult because there's not one that sums it up, and then you go ahead and tie into one and you say, you know, this one's maybe too flat or this one's maybe outside themselves. These two are just flat good red barras that are being driven extremely good. They're presented good in terms of flesh and freshness on top. They keep shape. It comes down to some minor differences. To talk about them in no specific order, the lighter colored bear at the far side hits me like a ton of bricks from the side. That one's jaw feature, his forearm, how his neck comes out of the top of his blade, his spine, and how he carries himself in a collected manner in terms of drive is as good as it gets. I think he has the advantage when you get right in behind him and read him from hock to ground. Up front, he maybe does set in his elbow and set it in his shoulder blade as a positive. At the same time, he gives up chest power and comes a little narrow when he comes right at you compared to the other bear that's in the heat of things. This guy is an animal coming out of the gate in terms of the base of his chest. At the same time, he turns his elbows and front feet just a little bit to get that extra width. When you get on top of him, he is built for speed out of the back of his blade. I like that one's look up front. From the profile, I think that one has dimension through his outer hip like he's supposed to. His twist is extremely dimensional. From behind, he maybe wants to slap him a bit and just playing a little differently when you get right there in his footing. Close pair. Young lady wins. Young man second. Very, very good pair of bears to talk about on the top end of the class. Very nice job. Bear we drop here that's in fourth but ends up third due to the scale monsters. One that from the side you like a great deal. He's tall-shouldered. He's good-looking. He just gives up bulk. When you get into fighting with those top two, you're going to drop in the three-hole if you can't stay with him on body bulk, just in terms of being rounded in the rib and opened up high. That's where he gets beat, but you certainly like some things about that one. From the profile, he's big-featured to boot, and yet has a nice kind of a design to him. Here's one on the top side of his body that's as fleshy and full and bold as anything we have. He probably has the most real dimension when you get at his ham-loin hookup. That one spreads really wide and smooth up high. Again, when you get down low, he turns his front feet in just a bit. He wants to play a little differently from behind. His toes are tight, and because of that, he's shifting his weight outside of his body. I'd like to see him square and truer when you get to the ground. Good profiling hog that just gets too flat, coming and going. Young man does a great job out here on the stick, and he's having fun. Like that one's root. I like where he sits his tail on his body. I like how he hinges out of that hip and hind leg. One here that trotted on us the entire drive, but when he does slow down and collect himself, that's a good bear. He's fundamentally right when he comes at you at the base of his chest. He wants to get a little soft in his front feet. He narrows up on us from behind. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Here are those results from our fourth class of Durocs. First place in that class went to Jay Nebenheiser. Second went to Brady Newhouse. Third went to Emily Coker. Fourth went to Carly Buckley. Fifth went to Chase Loudermilk. Sixth went to Jenna Gurman. Seventh went to Lance Fagan. Eighth went to Kinsey Blake. Ninth went to Kelsey Walton. 10th went to Cody Johnson. And 11th went to Scott Jackson. If you're following along with us in the program from the top down, it should read 4, 2, 6, 10, skip, 11, 3, and then go all the way down to 280. The paint tag, 280, is 1, 5, 7, 9, and then 8 is all the way there on the bottom. Paint 78 is 8. Class 6 in the Duroc show, Class 6. That last and final class of Duroc. If you're not headed this way already, you can start going to the makeup ring. Class 6, Durocs. Getting closer and closer to those heavyweights. Our weight range here in Class 5 is 278 to 286. As we dismiss the following exhibitors, please put your hands together and thank them as they go back to the and exit the ring.
really good class, just like the pair that we had in the last class. We've got a similar pair out here. There's one that's just more agile, more comfortable, but if you set that aside, man, it gets pretty close, because I think that the bear does some neat things. The one I'm the most comfortable with is the young lady's gilt in the center of the ring, and when you really break this one down in terms of skeleton, flexibility, and athleticism, she does it as good as anything in the class. When you get on top of her, she's bowled up high, but she keeps that dimension. She keeps that spread all the way to her footing, coming and going. She's very, very, very genuine. I think this is a really nice place to start. Now let's tie into this bear, where here his advantages are from his lower shoulder forward. When you get on this guy from his front of his forearm to the point of his nose, that's a deadly look, because he comes out of the gate square, he comes out of the gate wide. I love that immaturity about his skull. I love that immaturity about his forehead, and yet at the same time, he hooks it in high. He's got a really great look out of the backside of his shoulder. He's tremendous from the profile. Maybe he doesn't set his tail as high as the gilt, but I'm not going to call that a negative. I think that it balances with the rest of his body, where I change that dark colored bear from behind. He's just more rigid in his hock and his posture. And if I can get him to show me the bottom of his paw, get out and show me more range and reach, then I flip those two, because I do think that one has some pretty unique pieces. This guy here from the side is deadly. Got a killer look. He's very flexible. Love that spine, not only in length but also in looseness. Base of his tail's good. He's a long-hipped bear. When you get on top of him, he dries up in his center body. He gets too dry about the upper part of his forerib. When we dry him up there, he also planes up in terms of back shape. We got to bolt him up, freshen him up from behind, coming and going. Set that aside, though. That barrel wins some classes earlier on in this Duroc division just because he's fundamentally built right. He just happened to run into some monsters in this particular class. We get one here that also, that from the side, you like a good deal, and I know that this one, when you get on top of him, does give you shape at his 10th rib. It's from there forward where I'd change him. He narrows at the top of his blade. He maybe shows a little bit of wear and tear at the top of that shoulder, wants to get a little narrower about his chest floor on you, but a good kind of a bear. Here's one that's just fundamentally right in terms of his center body. He's got a pliable upper rib, got a pliable cavity. When you study this one at the ground, I'd like to change him. The way he plants behind particularly, he wants to plant on his outside toe, or she does rather, gets a little tighter footed. I'd like just to open them toes up, set her down on a little square kind of a foundation. The one that's got a big booty, a big top, got quite a bit of shape, and he's got her maxed out in terms of presentation. Here's one that maybe gets a little stilty in them front toes, but from there back, we like this one's design. Tall fronted bear that's got a good look right there in the middle of his back line in terms of having some turn as he comes out of his spine with his rib cage. He wants to just flatten when you get down low. I see that one running a V on us. When you get on him from the top side, lead him down to the base of his body cavity. Here's a muscle hog. Feel bad for this kid, because this one right here's got some neat pieces. He's tough built. He's raw in his back. He's big in his hip. And yet at the same time, I think compositionally, he's got more than enough body cover on him. He just wanted to fight the fence on us a little bit. You did a good job, young man. If we close with a pair of them, aren't bad hogs by any means. They run into a very deep class. We just need to give them a little better kind of a wheel. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back.
Thank you, Andy. Results from Class 5. First place went to Ashton Geyer of Robinson, Illinois. Second went to Colby Wyrick. Third went to Garrett Lowe's. Fourth went to Cadence Emmenheiser. Fifth went to Ethan Beeman. Sixth went to Haley Pennington. Seventh went to Michael Martin. 8 went to Nathan Myers. 9th went to Mackenzie Snyder. 10th went to Tony Bannister. And 11th went to Sophia Lentfer. If you're following along in our program, we should go skip 5, skip 6, then go down to 604 is 11, 8, skip 4, skip 1, skip, and then the bottom 5 numbers should go 2, 7, 9, 3, and 10 on the bottom. all those first and second place Duroc exhibitors, classes 1 through 5. You've got plenty of time to start heading this way. We're finishing our, or not finishing, but rather starting our last class of Durocs. Again, all those first and seconds of our Durocs, we need you immediately to the makeup area. First and seconds in our Duroc show to the makeup area. As these exhibitors exit the ring, if you would please put your hands together and thank them for coming out and showing here at the North American.
the Duroc class is extremely good. These last 3 classes have been really, really tough, and and this is one of those classes where, as a parent and an exhibitor, you end up in the middle to the bottom of the pack in the top 10 here, and you look over the fence and finally realize, oh crap, the water's deep out here. This is 10 deep, and I'm not exaggerating. There's bears in 5th and 6th that win other classes. When you drop these in the ring and just look at what they're offering for their weights in terms of freshness, in terms of flexibility and being genuine, is pretty neat. I think there's one out here that's a freak on a leash in terms of combining look and presence and freshness, but yet still wheeling around the ring in a very coordinated kind of a fashion. He's genuine at every angle, coming and going. Maybe not just the biggest legged in the world, but that's big enough legged considering it balances with the rest of his body. Young man right here is driving your class winner. Taking nothing away from these that we drop into 2 and 3, because I think it does get kind of close. The one that follows suit for me is this young lady's gilt. I think that she offers that added mass and power when we get on top of her. I think she's a very, very good gilt in terms of balance from her shoulders back, but what she does is attach a stout skull and a clean neck on the front side of that body that is pretty neat to study from the profile. Love that boldness she offers. She tosses them on us a little bit from behind when we ask him to drive, and that's where this young lady's bear right here does go ahead and get the advantage. I really like this guy in terms of his hip and his hind leg, that natural slope from hooks to pins, and yet how he picks him up and sets him down is in line. He just gets outpowered when he comes right at you, right in through his chest, right in through his forerib. This guy wins several classes earlier on in this Duroc division as we set him in at these heavier weights. The 2 on top just mass up and freshen up better when you get right at the top of their forerib. This one came out of the gate I thought was going to be in my top 2 because of that jaw, because of that snout and that forearm and that rugged build up front. If you watch me judge, that's the kind of things that hit me when they come out of the gate. I really like that one's pliability of body. He's a different bear in the way he drives from behind. I don't know if he's got a tender foot. He just will not grab a gear. He's almost lethargic in his step from behind, not up front, off those back 2. He wants to drop his pins and just get a little slower in terms of his step. Love that unique feature. Love that boldness coming out of the gate. Here's a tall fronted elevated one that got to weigh and got to go back to the pin just because I wanted him to come out and parade this bear for what he offers. I love this one's forearm. Again, that jaw. I think fundamentally that is just a basic hog that puts together some neat pieces. When you set him into a class this deep, when you get on top of him, he's showing some damage along that top line in terms of just being a little staler, a little flatter, a little drier about his upper rib. But folks, we'd come to a pig show with that one expecting to not only win a class, but play in the thick of things at the end. This one is awful unique in some areas as well. I love that clean look up front, but yet he still has some feature. The very best bear other than our class winner when you get right in behind his shoulder. For me, folks, those rib cages have got to be round and they've got to have some roll to them. That guy does it as good as anything in the class. When I get right in behind him, I need to change that bear from stifle to hawk, hawk to ground. I think that one wins some classes earlier on in this particular breed as well. Within this group, he just needs to be better coming and going. Tall fronted one, good looking, just gets outpowered, just gets a little flat. I know this is hard as we sit down the line with this type of quality. We just ran into a very, very deep set of them. We got a young lady's hog that comes out next that again just wants to close up a bit down low. That light colored one in 9th, man, this is a good hog. I asked him what happened to his front foot there. He scuffed it up back there on the tar paper. It happens. He's laboring a bit on us. But study this guy's feature. Look at that jaw line. Look at his top line. Get on top of him and look at how he rolls out of the back of his blade. He's presented extremely well. Let's congratulate these exhibitors for an absolute killer class of Reds.
Thank you, Andy. We do have a quick announcement to make. There are, I believe, 7 trucks or vehicles that have Indiana plates that are on the east side of the barn. The tow truck is on the way, and those vehicles will be towed in the next 5 or 10 minutes if you don't go and move them. Those vehicles need to be towed need to be moved immediately, or they will be towed. Let's give you the results of that last class. First place went to Crosby Jackman. Second went to Mary Van Ness. Third went to Inez Friddle. Fourth went to Helly Landry. Fifth went to Max Summers. Sixth went to Wyatt DeBusk. Seventh was Stephanie Morris. Eighth went to Jillian Pennington. Ninth went to Matt O'Connor. 10th went to Owen Coker. 11th was Nick Allback, and 12th was Mackenzie Neal. From the top down, it should go 10, skip, 2, 1, 5, 6, 12. Go down to Matt O'Connor, 829 is 9. The Landry 573 is 4. Go skip, 7. And then down to 22 should be 11, 3, 8, and then skip on the bottom. We will now select our champion Duroc from Class 1. That class winner was Vay Dishman. In Class 2, our winner was Sam Stewart. From Class 3, that winner was Kylie North. From Class 4, we have Jaden Emmenheiser. From Class 5 was Ashton Geyer. And from that last class we just witnessed, number 6, the winner was Crosby Jackman. Now our comments from Judge Andy Rash.
Well, if you're back at your crock pots and your coolers, you probably ought to come up here and study a red hog show, because this is as good as it gets. And, you know, I've been fortunate enough to do a few of these bear shows here recently, and I'm telling you, this is as good of a red lineup as I've seen anywhere in the country. And I'm talking about hogs that could have been up here that are in second and third with different opinions. You drop them in this ring and different judge, and you're out here in the heat of things. To maybe what I've witnessed at the upper end is the best red hog show that I've had the chance to be a part of. And then you say that and you look at these hogs out here that might drop into reserve, and you realize that they are extremely good, and you'd have been proud to use these gilts or barras at any show that you've judged and kneel down in a backdrop with them. But there's one out here that if I don't get the chance to kneel down with, in terms of being a red barra behind him, and it's a situation where you won't sleep very good because you beat the best one for no reason. That young man in that red shirt's driving a creature.
Crosby Jackman just selected as the champion out of Class 6. Reserve was, second in that class in contention for reserve was Mary Van Ness.
We owe these kids a few comments, so in no specific order, I want to talk about the individual quality out here. We've got a gilt here closest to us that profiles like a dream, and you know, that upper body gets just a little flatter. I appreciate the fact they went back and gave her just a sip and a bite, just to bulk her up there a little bit, but at the same time, she does come just a little flatter. But man, build them like that from the side every day, and you're going to get some banners. Got a bear here that come through a tough class. This guy's rawness and his feature is incredible. Yes, he's a little dried out in his center body. He's not the whitest base thing from behind, but at the same time, I think that one brings some really unique pieces. The gilt that was second to our champion, fundamentally just a square-built, good hog that brings some neat pieces. This light-colored one here, you know, come through a class and beat a really, really good one, just with that added squareness from behind compared to the one that was in second. Gets maybe just a bit in his knee. That's being awfully, awfully picky. One out of the first class, maybe a little stilty up front, maybe a little fragile from his knee down, but man, put a ditch in one like that and still keep them youthful in terms of their center body, and their forerib is good. And then the other gilt that's out here, you know, from her shoulders back, it's as good as it gets in terms of having a round rib cage, being genuine in terms of her skeleton. You know, I'm not one that's going to, I guess the terms are choke-throated or whatever the other things we're going to do with their front end. I'm not going to be one that has a little chub at the base of their jaw when you can stouten them like that from their back. That young lady's driving your reserve.
Ashton Geyer just selected as a reserve. Champion Duroc. She was a class winner out of class 5. Our judge is going to go to the restroom. We'll be right back with that Hampshire show in just a few moments. We appreciate those Hampshire exhibitors being up here even though I didn't call them. As you can see, we're back and ready to roll here in our first class of Hamps. We have 3 classes of Hampshire hogs. In our first class, the weight range is 226 to 252. We do have a special member of the Kentucky State Fair Board with us, Mr. Joe Goggin, who has been a tireless and very supportive advocate for the youth livestock program here in Louisville to stay here and to continue on in the future. If you would, please give Joe a big round of applause for all of the behind-the-scenes work that he does to keep this event and all of the others here in Kentucky going smoothly. Thank you, Joe. Another reminder for all those exhibitors and family members that want to have a picture taken. If you didn't make the top two, before you get loaded out, be sure to stop in with Mr. Mapes. He'll get your picture taken. So we move into another breed. It's a great opportunity to once again welcome our judge, Mr. Andy Rash. Andy lives currently in Kewanee, Illinois. His family raises show pigs, different breeds, and they show very competitively, I would say, at many of the Midwest shows, the majors all the way to the state fair and beyond. Andy was a graduate of Blackhawk East. He was a livestock judging coach there for a number of years. Received his bachelor's from Western Illinois University, and went on to receive his master's from the U of I. And Andy's no stranger to the judging circles. He's judged here this past year, and then between then, he's gone to the Oklahoma Youth Expo, San Antonio, and his judging career is really has no limitations. So we really appreciate him coming back here to the North American for his second year. And if you would please, let's re-welcome Andy here to the show ring at the North American. We do have a phone that was turned in. It's up here at the announcer's stand. If you can describe that phone. It hasn't died yet, so I would get that before it does, because then we'll really have a pretty hard time of getting that phone identified. As these exhibitors go out, let's put our hands together and thank them for coming out and showing here this afternoon.
really good first class here in the Hampshire show, and I think these three kind of surfaced for the top. There's one that dropped in fourth that I changed in an area, and then certainly have that one out here too. Within these, I think there's some issues just in terms of structure here and there other than one, and that one can get out and grab gears, and actually it's his speed of stride, and yet he does it in a very coordinated kind of a way, and he's genuine in his build. Young lady's barrier here to my left is going to win this class. I think one that when you get out of his hip and his hind leg is his true advantage over the one I'm going to drop in second, and his front feet are the advantage over the one we're going to turn in third. Young lady's gilt's going to be in the 2-hole. I think this one does some really unique things, and she's better than our class winner at the crest of her neck, and actually that whole assembly of front end, I like the way that it ties up there. It's fresh, it's youthful, it's immature, has a great shape to her upper skeleton, wants to turn her front feet in just a bit, and as she drops her head, she kind of pivots on those back wheels and shifts her weight outside her body just a bit. A little slower to the drive, maybe dropped her mouth open just a bit and didn't have that endurance, but still, you've got to appreciate the fundamental basics that one puts into a complete package within this particular breed. This guy's a monster in some areas, starting with his back wheels. He has an enormous foot, he's got a great big hind leg, he's got an incredible rib cage, not only in depth of body, but that is the boldest bar in the center part of his cavity of anything in the class. I really love this guy coming out of the back of his shoulder. If I can change him in two places, he'd be your class winner. Those front feet are bothering him a little bit. He's a little down in his dew claws. I don't know if he busted one open, but he's a little hesitant in his drive up there. He's getting a little lazy striding out of his back too, dropping those pin bones on us just a bit. But man, putting an engine in one like that is hard to do, and then yet keeping them, in my opinion, balanced from the side to boot is an awful neat combination. This one from the side's a profiling machine. He's tall fronted. He's got a good look along his back line. He's got a great look when you get into his upper hip and reading down in through his twist. He comes at you just a bit in there in his chest compared to these other ones out here, and he wants to get a little base in there compared to where his hock spread is. His footing just gets a little closer than ideal, but that's a good bear that falls in the 4th hole in a very competitive class. We can drop 5 and 6 out because I also think this was a decision. You know, the gilt that's behind this guy from the side beats his tail, but when you get on top of him, he's got the advantage just in terms of spread and dimension, particularly when you get on him out of his hook bones and follow him back and down. That one has more turn to his outer hip. He's got more dimension in through his body cavity. This gilt from the side is one that's really neat to study. To be that good at the crest of her neck and yet still have feature like she does is a pretty neat combination. Just gets a little flatter bodied, just gauges narrower in her entire skeleton until you get to her rear third, and that's where she wants to get a little wide and toss him on us just a bit. Really a good basic hog from the side. You love that depth of body, that pliability, just runs out of gas from behind. I'd like to make him match his rear third with his center cavity because in the middle of his body he's pretty special. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Annie. Results out of Class 1. Our Hampshire show, first place went to Nalani Geyer. Second went to Riley Rodabaugh. Third went to Callie Baldwin. Fourth went to Kylie North. Fifth went to Colton Miller. Sixth went to Sydney Loudermilk. Seventh went to Skylar Knapp. Eighth went to Stacia O'Connor. Ninth went to Natalie Darner. 10th was Blake Owens. 11th was Noah Hayden. And 12th was Cody Jodry. From the top down, it should go skip, skip. 11-9, skip, 1-6, skip, skip, 8-10, and go down to 507 is number 12, skip, and then the last 5 numbers should be 3, 4, 7, 5, 2 on the bottom. that third class of Hampshires. You've got plenty of time. We're just starting class 2, but start heading this way, getting your pig up. Class 3, Hampshires. As we dismiss the following exhibitors, let's put our hands together and thank them for coming out to the North American.
Really a nice Hampshire class here, a little different to put together than the last one. I think that, all four of these up here have some areas I'd like to change them, so you just try to total them up and break them down and, try to put priorities in areas that, you take pride in. And I think when you do that, there is a pair of them that, kind of surface. I like hogs genuine. I like them to be genuine in what they represent in their bone work and genuine in what they represent in muscle and composition. And when you do that, there's a pair of them that surface, and both of them I'd redesign just a little bit in how they drive behind. There's one of them that for me just is more right in terms of upper rib shape, particularly in ham loin hookup. I think coming and going is a very genuine hog that just has more density about his jaw. He's just a more rugged kind of a bear. I'd like to see him have more range off his back too. He gets just a little slower driving. The young lady's bear here in the center of the ring is going to win this class. A really just basic hog that coming and going, like I said, has that genuine look. In second, this gilt here that's kind of a freak in terms of what she puts together. She comes out and has that wild looking front end, and I'd start there. I'd maybe just stouten that one up in her feature a bit, but when you get on top of one like that has that kind of crease up high and that kind of ditch down her back, you expect them to be drier about their lower body. You expect them naturally to just be a little bit more collapsed in their kind. And this one, I think in terms of her center body, I don't mind the way it rolls in terms of her rear rib back, and I think her flank sets in her well. For me, she pinches a little harsh up top, but more specifically off her back too. She's just not sure where they're going. She wants to toss them outside on them a bit, but man, if you take that one's pieces and stack them into that class winner, boy, we have a pretty unique kind of a Hampshire hog to go ahead and win the class. These two get close as well. One's maybe a little plainer, a little looser built, but sits out on the corners better when you get down low. The other one a little better looking up front. For me, this young lady's right here drops in the 3-hole. I love the pliability of center. I'm going to take a little bit of that throat, maybe want to toss it away, and then we'd call it a logical place to start. Hooks back, pins down. That's the one that fits me the best when you get right on him from behind. From the side, I love this one. She ended up down there at the bottom part of the lineup and fought her way back to the top. When she came out and he dropped his head, he wanted to shift his weight on his outside hoof. When she gets him collected and gets him profiled from the side, that one's as good as it gets. Down low, just gets a little base narrow compared to where he carries up high. Being awful picky of three of them that are really, really good. The one that comes out next, I think again, from the side, love the doability, love the center function this one offers. Comes at you a little frailer about his forearm and a little narrower up to the front part of his body. Get on top of him though, certainly spreads a great kind of rib cage. That one ties extremely deep in his twist. He maybe doesn't have the turn to the outer part of his rump or his ham there, but ties deep right into the center part of his ham. I like that about him. Like I said, coming out of the gate, you need to beef him up and feature him up a bit so he hits you a little harder. This guy got a little attitude at the end, really an immature bear in terms of his skull, in terms of his face and his jaw. Did a nice job getting him good back there at his 10th rib. As we come into the back of his blade, I'd like to fix him a bit. His back right bothers me as he shifts his hock outside his body when he plants. Here's a bear that fundamentally from the side again, I know I sound like a broken record. I like some things about this one. This one's hip in terms of length from hooks to pins, and the substance he has in his upper hip, the spread he has, and the density he has there is as good as any. When you come to the front part of his body is where he narrows up on us. Profiling hog that comes out and wins the class from this view right here. Even when you look at reach from the profile, that one can get out and go more than good enough for me. I think presented as good as anything in the class. That skin and hair quality, that length of hair, and how they have this one maxed out, that's how I like them, folks. When you get in behind him and you really study those rear joints, he's got an issue. I don't know if he had some mycoplasma in his life or what he did there to his joints, but he's really getting a little puffy on that back right. He's just not planting comfortably enough off those back two. You take that one and fix him there, he wins the class for fun. One that's a little flatter, love his design from the side. Let's give him a nice hand.
Thank you, Andy. Our results out of Class 2. First place went to Hadley Hendrickson. Second went to Madison Caldwell. Third went to Stephanie Morris. Fourth went to... Is that Aina Albach. Fifth went to Skylar Knapp. Sixth went to Matt O'Connor. 7 went to Charles Colvin. 8 went to Blake Logan. 9 went to Jaden Ebenheiser. 10 went to Caden Schliff. And 11 went to Colin Jean. And 12 went to Tanner Shipley. From the top down, it should go 946. Go all the way down to 199 is 7, 5, skip, skip, 8, 1, 11, skip, 2, skip, 10, skip, 12, and then 3 on the bottom. As we move into our final class of Hampshires, the weight range is 270 to 290. As our remaining exhibitors exit the ring, let's put our hands together and thank them for coming out today and showing.
I want to go to Vegas.
Those first and second place Hampshires need to be back in the makeup area. First and second place Hampshires in classes 1 and 2. That one and only class of Landrace, you can head this way as well. You got plenty of time, don't hurry, but you can head this way.
those classes where I think you take the top 5 and throw them in the ring and have 4 or 5 different judges, you're probably going to come up with a different assortment in how you put them together. And the one that just totals up for me is the young lady in the blue shirts out here in the center of the ring, one that comes out of the gate initially, and I look at that jaw and this head carriage, and I said, you know, is he just going to have enough? And then when you step on top of him, he has an incredible shape to his body. His upper forerib is near ideal. I guess that back line to me reads extremely fresh, and yet from the side in terms of coordination and step, I think he does it as good as any. He's very genuine when you get in behind him. Not the most overwhelming creature just in terms of what he carries back there in his britches, but fundamentally one that's very hard to put a hole in. And where you do put a hole in him, you're probably getting nitpicky because these other 3 that are in contention, you know, also have some areas I'd change him. One that I think is just fundamentally a good Hampshire bear is kind of dropping second. Young lady in the pink shirt over here is driving this bear. You know, when he first come out and you get right on top of him, that added mass and spread he has to his upper hip, what he carries down through his twist is very, very impressive. At the side is where he falls into second. He's carrying a little bit more throat and gets a little more slack in his back line. This throws him out of balance just a bit, but at the same time, when you get on top of him, you have to appreciate the spread, the dimension he has. Here's the stout-jawed, stout-featured one that comes out that can just never get comfortable. He's one that when you get on top of him is probably the most impressive bear in the class, other than our class winner, in terms of just rib shape. He leaves you with great dimension and great base. He wants to turn his front feet in just a bit and get a little jammed up in his neck, but most importantly, I'd like to relax his spine and just make him more comfortable. We drop one out next, and if I can take this one and combine the mass of the one that just beat him, you have your class winner. I know the young man out here is doing a heck of a job, and at times he fights getting that one going. Just a little lazy in his step. When he did get his head up there a few times, and that one took into second gear, you thought, man, we have one here at the upper end of the class. As he does get in his comfortable position and drops his head down, is there just enough there in his upper rib, particularly right out of his blade? Did a great job out here and fought through a very, very tough class to end up in the top 4. I think that one has some neat pieces from the side, a little longer bodied, and with that we might be just giving him a little bit more oomph. This one here, I think when you get on top of him, can play with all of them from his ham loin hookup to the back of his blade. That is a great back shape, a great fresh look. Need to change those hocks a bit. He's just a little puffy when you get into his joint work behind, but certainly has some pieces you like. Maybe gets a little softer up front, but it's not bothering him. It's not causing his step to be thrown off by any means. We can go ahead and drop out 6 and 7. Here's one from the side that just wanted to fight her the entire time with his nose into the dirt. When she did get him out here and got him collected, you can see that the basics of balance are still in that hog. He is just a naturally a little lower head carriage kind of a bear, and when he does that, his shoulder blade shifts too far forward on him. Good profile, just gives up power out of his blade. Let's give him a nice round of applause as they head back.
Get to those results here in a second. Let's roll right into our champion Hampshire selection. Representing Class 1 was Nalani Geyer. Out of Class 2 is Hadley Hendrickson. And out of that last class, number 3, was Madeline Harrison. Run down the results real quick for Class 3. First place, like I mentioned, went to Madeline Harrison. Second was Taylor Darner. Third went to Bethany Sims. Fourth went to Brody Everhart. Fifth went to Bailey Fanning. Sixth went to Sarah Troyer. Seventh went to Hunter Rice. Eighth went to Taylor Dale. Ninth place went to Owen Coker. 10th went to Haley Graves. 11th was Audrey Bell, and 12th was Brady Carney. From the top down, it should go 9, skip 4 all the way down to 166, or skip 3 down to 166 is 12, 8, 5, 6, 7, 2, 1, 4. skip, skip, 10, skip, 11, and then 3 on the bottom. Before Andy discusses the Hampshires, just like to pass along a note that there is a vehicle being towed right now as we speak. So unfortunately, I don't think they can tow 2 or 3 at the same time, but those that are remaining will be towed here in just a few moments as well. Those trucks and vehicles on the east side need to be moved immediately. Here's Andy.
Interesting breed to put together, and those of you that have had the chance to be in a ring where you get into breeds that the puzzle doesn't fall together as easy. You sometimes, fight through those classes of top 3 or 4 and just lay your priorities in one area and cruise on. And for me, it was just being genuine and true. And although there's some areas I'd like to change, the 3 of these, I think that they come together with density, they come together with substance, but they also are in line in terms of their framework, their bone work, and then you got to break them down from there. And when you do that, there's one that is going to win for me, and it does so in terms of drive and speed of drive. I don't need him on a fast trot, but it's nice to be able to see him, to be able to get their paw back behind their tail, show you the bottom of their foot, and be able to reach into another gear when they need to, and yet have endurance in doing so. With that said, I think when you go in and you study this lightweight bear, he's the one I'm describing. You call that one heavy enough and just big enough in his kind, his wheels are going to take him to the champion Hampshire position. Let's give that young lady a nice hand.
Delaney Geyer just selected as the champion, second in that class, and now eligible for reserve is Riley Rodeval. Lucy.
Bringing that second place guild, and we described her back in class just for composition, what she offers. Has a great shape up high. She's got a good square shoulder blade in her and a good look up front. She does want to just come a little lower set up front and maybe twist a hair behind, but she's certainly a contender. Second best for me is one that you really have to get on top of to appreciate, because when you study forearm, front foot, and jaw, you question if there's just going to be enough there. Balance is obviously in suit. Squareness is in suit. When you step on top of him, he really does have a tremendous shape to his upper body. Young lady here in front of me is driving your reserve. Let's give her a nice hand.
Madeline Harrison from Hamilton, Ohio, just selected reserve champion Hampshire. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in the Hampshire show. We'll clear that ring and then move into our one and only class of Landrace. We should have 14 head here in the Landrace division. And those range in weight from 241 all the way up to 290. Those Poland exhibitors, you can head this way.
Okay, I've had some of that.
and China exhibitors. Head to the makeup ring. we sort through our Landrace show, we're going to have a very special person that's going to come up and talk a little bit about Team Purebred, Hope Coffey here from Kentucky. She's going to discuss a little bit about all the ins and outs of Team Purebred. Here you go, Hope.
Thought he mostly wanted me to fill some time space. I didn't know he was going to introduce me. It's certainly been a pleasure of Team Purebreds to be a part of the North American here for several years, and we're looking forward to the future and how exciting it is to see how much this show is growing, how much support we receive, and all these exhibitors are coming from new states each and every year. So you guys continue to go back home and spread the word about this great show and all the others we have across the country. Let's continue providing opportunities for these young people. Assisting me this week, and they assist me every day, not only at shows, running them, pinning hogs, and doing check-in and things like that, but also throughout the year and making decisions and setting up the future of Team Purebred. I had the majority of my junior board of directors here this week. Work in the ring as well as the booth behind me. I'm not sure where everybody is right at the moment, but we have Jordan Manier from Illinois. He's serving as our president. We also have Reagan Langmeyer here from Texas as our secretary. Tyler Triggs comes to us from Iowa. We have Bryce Henchy from Illinois. Mercedes Schultz from Wisconsin. Jackie Bauer is from Maryland, is a new member. And Kentucky's very own, here on her own, helping the North American, is Miss Ella Firquin. So we've also also got NJSA board members are here. Several of them are showing, and I don't know them quite as well, or I'd read their names, but these junior board kids work tirelessly throughout the year. I would encourage all of our junior exhibitors to get to know them throughout the year, throughout this show, talk to them about what they do and the opportunities that provides, and would encourage you guys to get involved in the organizations as well.
Bunch of guilt show?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You got an announcement.
Yeah.
You should have gone to the bathroom.
Thank you, Hope, and thanks to all of the Team Purebred folks and all the other volunteers that we have this week. Tremendous support from them, and it takes a lot of hands on deck to get this thing pulled off. We didn't have an opportunity to congratulate all those exhibitors that just went out. If you would please put your hands together and thank some of them that have already gone and exited the ring.
Good three here in the Landrace class, and this is also our champion drive. So we slowed down on these top three, and I think it gets close between the top two, and what they bring to the table maybe comes in a little different areas. The one that I'm going to use is just enough heavier duty and bigger in her hind leg, and really massive and dense when you get on top of her. Has a little better forerib, a little better just bulk to her body cavity, a little more roll to her body cavity, and that's what's going to go ahead and put this gilt into the champion slot. Young man here in the plaid shirts driving our class winner and our champion. Where I'd change her is from her lower shoulder forward at the crest of her neck. That's where she kind of falls into pieces, and there is another one out here that's more immature, shapes up really good up high. Like I said, you maybe want to just gauge that one's body cavity a little wider. At times plants a little different from behind, but where he's good in his upper hip, that immature, youthful look, and yet how he can get out here and cover the surface. Young lady here in the center of the ring's reserve and drops in our 2-hole. The one that's in third on top side of this one's body reads really fresh. From the back of her blade out to her pin bones is a fresh upper skeleton. She just gets out of balance from the side, wants to slacken that frame, get deeper about her neck, and want to twist a little bit from behind, but still it's hard to part with a gilt that has that kind of quality, that caliber within these top three. I see that one's balance dropping her into that next hole. In fourth and fifth, a pair that you can kind of sort between the gilt that we wind up with, deep-sided, maybe runs a little lower about her shoulder, a little plainer about her profile and design, but certainly one that has some mass and muscle working down her top. Then obviously the bear that comes out for me just needs to be square in his back too, but at the same time you like that pliability and flexibility, very loose in his kind, just gets out of balance again and wants to twist on those feet. We need to square him up from behind. One that comes a little plainer, the top side of his body, but from the profile you like that proportional look from his lower shoulder back to his flank, carries his spine really good, balance is good in his front third. Up high, he wants to just give up some oomph out of his blade. Let's congratulate these exhibitors. Very good land race class.
Congratulations to our champion Landrace exhibited by Brian Miller of Covington, Ohio. Reserve went to Madeline Harrison of Hamilton, Ohio. Third went to Joel Kress. Fourth went to Miranda Tabor. Fifth went to Haley Orm. Sixth went to Matt O'Connor. Seventh went to Sadie Wyrick. Eighth went to Brianna Stockwell. Ninth went to Kaylin Schillinger. 10th went to Clarissa Roulan. 11th went to Jen Bittner. And 12th went to Tate Coulter. From the top down, it should go 9, 12, 2, 6, 7, 11, skip, 10, 5, 3, 8, skip, 4, and 1 on the bottom. Now moving into our Poland China division. There is only one class. Should be 20 head in this particular class. The weight range goes from 230 all the way up to 290. Those spotted hogs, spotted exhibitors, you can head this way to the makeup area. Spotted hogs to the makeup ring. Spotted hogs in Class 1. Class 1 spotted hogs. Just remember, if you decide to head back to the hotel a little early, you still want to catch the action here at the North American, you can go online at livestockexpo.org, click on that live feed, and you'll be sent right back here to the show ring. Also want to thank Farm Credit Services of Mid-America, again, for their sponsorship. Great supporters of youth and agriculture, and especially here at the North American.
I will have to catch.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for our remaining exhibitors that are exiting the ring at this time. Just a reminder to all of our breed champions and reserve breed champions, and in this case especially the reserve Landrace champion, we will need to take you over to the drug testing area to get that drug test done. DNA test will be tomorrow night after the Grand Drive. Drug tests immediately follow your respective breed. give everyone a quick rundown on some NFL scores. These games have all gone final. In overtime, Detroit beat Minnesota 22-16. New York beat Philadelphia 28-23. Miami beat the Jets 27-23. Kansas City beat Jacksonville 19-14. Dallas 35-10 over Cleveland. Baltimore, they were winners over Pittsburgh 21-14. And midway through the first quarter, Indianapolis leads Green Bay 7-3.
I was like, I didn't even know if they existed. Reagan, are you being good? No red sausage. Oh boy. She's glad that I made leggings and options this morning. She hates leggings. She said, leggings bad and scratchy. I want to wear soft pants.
Good class here, and I think, one that you got to put the puzzle together. You're dealt a deck of cards, you might as well go ahead and play the hand, and I think when you really break them down, these three, in my opinion, are the three best ones. Obviously, we've got some attitudes out here, and we have a few of these sows at home. Sometimes I wonder why, but when you do get them good, they're really fun to evaluate. It's sitting attitudes aside, I think makes it really close between a pair. The one for me that just puts it together, and although you'd maybe like to just give that one a rounder rib cage right in between her blade and hip, at the same time, I think fundamentally she's built the best, coming and going, and when you get on top of her, she squares up extremely good. She's collected in her drive, and that's another advantage. Young lady here's driving your class winner and your champion. Let's give her a nice hand. As you get between second and third, or reserve, and the one that'll be in the third hole, I think it gets close. There's one that's just a little heavier duty in terms of that front arm and front paw, and I think when you get on top of him, just spreads a little wider. At the same time, our lightweight brings some really neat pieces, particularly in his front two-thirds. As the drive goes on, he wears out on those back two on us a bit. That's a close decision for me. I'm going to go towards the heavier duty barra. Young man in the center of the ring's reserve. Young lady's lighter colored barra here is third, with a really close pair to sort between. So we get down the line, we can drop out 4 and 5. I think this is a pair that you can certainly flip if you want to go with just pure bone and substance. The longer tailed hog that comes out here, maybe he's a little more refined about his kind in terms of foot size and bone, a little finer hair, thinner skin kind of a look. At the same time, is better balanced and is more comfortable in terms of his skeleton. Comfort gives him the advantage. This bear that comes out of fifth initially was a heavy duty hog with a big jaw, big front leg, and a big hind leg. I thought could push up at the top end of the class. As the drive goes on, this one wears out behind and gets out of balance. Really wants to get a little crestier about his neck, a little slacked in his spine, and from behind wants to twist up a bit in terms of how he sets him to the ground. Drop out 6th and 7th. Another close pair to talk about. This one from the profile profile when she did get him driven. I thought was one of the better ones in the class in terms of design. Down low kind of closes up on us, but right there in between the seam of his ham, he's carrying a little bit more condition. He's just not as comfortable off those back two. I will compliment this one from the side. This young lady can stick him, and when she does, that profile's deadly. He's got a great proportion to his lower body. This one's front two-thirds is awfully good. Those hocks get a little knotted up on us. He wants to twist and pivot to the outside of his body. Let's give him a nice round of applause as they head back.
For a 4th and 5th grade team, he was like, that's ridiculous.
That is.
Needless to say, the guy didn't coach next year. All right. Bethany, hey, you're supposed to.
Here are the results out of our Poland China division. First place and champion was Bethany Sims. Second in reserve went to Caitlin Sinclair. Third place went to Megan Minch. Fourth went to Avery Gillespie. Fifth went to Kylie North. Sixth went to Megan Reed. Seventh went to Austin Orm. 8 went to Lindley Arnold. 9th place went to Brooklyn Hoodup. 10th went to Maya Weinkoff. 11th went to Mason Wright. And 12th went to Caleb Harmon. If you're still following along in the program, it should go skip, 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 3, skip, 7, skip, 4, 9, 12, skip, 8, skip, 11, 2, 10, 6, skip, 1, 5, and we had a scratch on the bottom. Now moving into our lightweight class of spotted hogs. We have 3 classes here in this breed. Our weight range here in our first class goes from 230 to 244. Second class of spotted hogs can make their way to the makeup ring. Class 2 spotted hogs.
Okay, that looks like John Hayes.
If you have used the paint brand markers and have not returned them to the Swine office, we need you to do that immediately. There's others that are waiting to use that. Again, if you've got the paint brand, turn that back into the office. Thank you. If you would please put your hands together and congratulate all of our exhibitors as they exit the ring now at this time.
good spot class to start. You know, I told Brian, I said we're halfway through, or not even halfway through the spot show, and I think we've got caliber that are better than the whole show last year, and that says a lot for the breeders and those of you that go out and found these hogs and bring them in here and got them presented. And then I think that there's one that hits me as an easy class winner, logical class winner. Young lady in the green shirt here is driving that barra, one that puts together the substance and density of one that's going to be in second, but has that looseness of build and a little more stretch compared to the one that we're going to drop in second, like the one in third and fourth. Really a good barra that fundamentally, in terms of his drive and stride, pulls himself together exceptionally well. He's got a big square hip in him, got a big hind leg. In second, the young man here closest to me, he's driving one that's really heavy duty. I can't get him to smile. He's got a pretty intense look on his face, and he does a great job, but his barra is really heavy duty, really dense in his forearm and his blade, got an enormous hind leg, and it actually is very, very genuine when you get him coming and going. Yeah, he wrinkles up and hides up there back at his 10th rib. At the same time, I think that one has some pieces that are pretty unique. Young lady's barra that's in third is a close third, because I think that he has a little more extension, particularly up front. Obviously, he has the advantage of freshness at his 10th rib, but as we run him into his fore rib and we get into the upper part of his fore rib and study his chine, he's getting a little deeper necked and pushing that chine up between his blades. He's showing a little staler kind of look when we get on top of him from there back. I like him better than that barrel we have in second. The one that drops out of fourth, I think, is one that just needs to get going. He stood in the middle of the ring and just wouldn't give us a look, but when he does come to a stand and you get on top of him, that's the best back shape of anything in the class. He's got a great upper rib roll. He's got a great hip to him. He's really square and genuine behind. Like I said, he stood there with his nose in the shavings, and the young man just tried to get him going there a few times. He wouldn't get out and collect himself. This throws him out of balance as he stands there, but certainly having presented extremely well. I love the freshness he works with at the top side of his skeleton. The whited up barra that comes out is just really basic. He's tall-shouldered, he's loose-built, he's big-footed. He wants to plane up in his back and get a little drier about his rear rib and flank. As he cuts up in his flanks, this throws his lower proportion out of balance. Still a pretty good kind of a hog. The stoutest one in the class, pound for pound, comes out next. Young man did a great job driving him. Big hip, big rib, big top, big chest. Wants to bow that hock a little bit and get a little rounder about the way he's put together out of his hip and hind leg. Let's congratulate these spot exhibitors with a really nice round of applause.
Results from that first class of spotted hogs. First place went to Lindsay Dorr from Galena, Ohio. Second place went to Hayden Everhart. Third went to Stormy Swine. Fourth went to Logan Gillespie. Fifth went to Mackenzie Larson. Sixth went to Mason Stallings. Seventh went to Coy Walker. Eighth went to Austin Connor. Ninth went to Lindsay Lewis. 10th went to Hadley Jones. 11th went to Austin Moore. And 12th was Silas Batt. From the top down, it should go 12, 11, skip down to 639. It was 9th, 1, 10, skip, 2, 3, 6, 4, 5, 8, and 7 on the bottom. We'll begin our second class of spotted hogs. Weight range goes from 246 to 268. Remember, exhibitors, if you still want a picture taken, if you don't make the top two spots, Mr. Mapes should still be over there in the picture backdrop area. Make sure you let us know if you want your picture taken before those hogs are loaded up. We also have a few items up here. We've got a red and black brush. Has a Sullivan Supply sticker on it. And we also have a phone, a cell phone that was turned in quite a while ago. It was in the aisleways. And it is an iPhone. If you can describe that iPhone, it has a picture of an animal on the front. We also need those paint brands returned to the swine office. Some of these breeds coming up, we need those immediately. Right away, please. Paint number 343. We still need your spotted hog from class 2. Those spotted hogs in class 3, you can head this way. Class 2 is entering the ring. Class 3 spotted hogs. cheerleaders are dismissed. Please put your hands together and congratulate them for showing here at the North American. And while Andy's sorting through our top 10 here in this class, I'll give you a few more updates on some NFL scores. All of these later games are in the second quarter. Carolina leads Los Angeles 7-0. The Saints are beating San Francisco 21-10. San Diego's leading Tennessee 16-0. And the Colts are on top of Green Bay 17-10.
Really a good class with a very good class winner. The young lady's bear here to my right wins pretty logically for me. One that comes out of the gate and comes at you with a very good look in terms of chest balance, and yet when you step off at the side, he's the best in terms of his design. He's put together in terms of proportions as good as any. He's got a great upper body in terms of shape and roll to his rib cage. He's a heavy duty bear in terms of feature, and yet he leaves you very, very genuine. I think that one's pretty special to start off this particular class. In second, the young lady at the far side in the teal shirt. She fights his head a little bit when she does get him collected. I think this one brings some neat pieces. He's flexible, he's agile. To me, and compared to the bear we're going to drop in the third hole, he's got an advantage in his front feet, and yet I think his skeleton's running a little bit more in line. He's got a little more stretch to his hip. A really nice bear. Obviously, with that nose in the dirt, you'd like to see him just balance up better, but once she gets a pop under the jaw is where his true colors shine. Young man's bear here that drops in third initially comes out of the gate. He's got a big, massive top, a big hip. He got the pivoting and turning off those back two and kind of tucking and ducking underneath himself. His view when he comes right out of the gates, where I'd like to change him a little bit, when he plants from his knee down, he really wants to grab an inside corner and turn those front toes in, but from there back, that one's got a great rib cage, a big square upper hip, got a really deep twist, and is dimensional in the turn he has when you get to the outer side of his ham. Here's a good looking one that drops in the fourth hole that just gets out featured, comes a little more refined on his back too. Those toes are a little tight for me. I'd like to give him a bigger, deeper hoof, let him spread a little bit wider in his back toes. He wants to get a little brittle, I guess, in that area, but in terms of design and look and profile, he does it as good as any. This guy's front third concerns me, Justin. That's where he distributes most of his weight, but from there back, break this one down. You like the functionality he has in through his cavity. You like the dimension he has from his hooks back, pins down through his twist. Got a big hind leg there. Maybe he wants to get a little quicker about his bone work, particularly from his hock joint to his stifle joint. I read that one being a little jammed up there. Great profile and hold. Love this one from the side. Has him presented extremely well. When I get right in behind him is where he closes up in terms of base. He flattens on us. We need to set him out on the corners, let him match what he has coming at you in chest. That one can compete in the top 2 or 3 because you really like the design he offers. Up high, has great spread, great dimension, carries a little bit more throat there, and at the same time with this extra mass up through his front third, I'd like to feature him up in terms of his front foot and his forearm. Great class. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
And those comments from our judge, Andy Rash. First in Class 2 went to Cagney Utterback. Second went to Macy Shear. Third went to Alex Loeb. Fourth went to Laney Warren. Fifth went to Haley Kloss. Sixth went to Riley Grinstead. Seventh went to Mackenzie Larson. Eighth went to Austin Moore. Ninth went to Logan Brinker. 10th went to Cole Weinkoff. 11th went to Jesse Van Ness. And 12th went to Hunter Estes. From the top down, it should go skip, skip. 6, 12, 3. Skip, skip. 2. Skip. 8, 4. Skip. 7. Skip. 5, 11, 1, 10, and 9 on the bottom. We're now beginning our third and final class of spotted hogs. The weight range is 269 to 290. This phone's still up at the announcer stand. It's a pink iPhone with an Australian Shepherd as the background. Carrier is AT&T. If you can call that phone, we'll give it to you.
I'm gonna start going through my list of numbers now on my phone. If I know anybody.
We also have a black, and I believe it to be a lady's jacket. It's also turned up here at the announcer stand. We still have that brand new looking brush.
You could have an auction.
And a set of room keys to sleep in. If you want to sleep in tonight, better come up here and grab these sleep in room keys. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors that are being dismissed from the show ring. Those first and second place spotted hogs, if you're not already up here, head this way. We're getting ready to work through our top 10 here in our final class. We still need one of those sets of paint brands. We found the other, but we need that one immediately returned to the show barn office. Please turn in that paint brand. There's one still floating out there. Thank you. Also like to pass along some information about the Team Purebred Bread Guilt Sale. This year it'll be held December 10th in Lebanon, Indiana. And those entry forms can be found at the Team Purebred booth behind the announcer's stand. And you can also find them online at teampurebred.com.
another good class, and there's one that wins for me. The young man here in front of me is going to win this particular class, one that comes out of the gate and gives you that balance, that freshness, that boldness, and yet stays genuine coming and going. I think that one within this particular class is a logical place to go. He's one that still has some look. He's maybe a little bit more mature in some parts of his front third there, but at the same time, he balances in proportions so good, and yet within this particular class, squares up and uses his hind leg as flexibly as any. I think it gets maybe a little closer between 2 and 3. We're going to follow with the other bear. This guy's top side is extremely good. He comes out of his shoulder so good. He's big and bold in his hip. He maybe at times wants to just drop that head, and as he does, maybe throws him out of balance. Once it gives him a pop, he collects himself. You call him good enough there. You really like this guy in terms of how he gets in through his twist. I think this is a dimensional hog when you get in behind him. At times he maybe wants to tie a little harsher right there at his ham loin, and then there's other times where you call it good enough. But if you're going to pick on that, you've also got to call out the fact that we got one that's a little heightier, a little wrinkly in terms of her back line in the gilt that we're going to drop in the 3-hole. This one I just think has a really good look in terms of composition from the side in her lower third. I think, in my opinion, she has a hind leg that from the profile, you like the fact that her pasture and her hock and her stifle have the right distance between them, and yet she plants and stays stable. At the same time, you get on top of her, she gives up upper body strength and mass, and she wants to just pivot and hinge a little tighter out of her hip as the drive goes on. Maybe endurance sets in or lack thereof. That pushes her down a place in class. This bear here is interesting because he also wants to carry more of his weight up front, and he wants to run a little lower in terms of the set to his shoulder, but fundamentals are there. He's got a very good hind leg in terms of his joint work and flexibility. I also like the cleanness of joint that he has, considering the amount of substance and density he works with in that column back there on his rear too. He's a bear that, like I said, from the side, we got to give him a shot of design, shot of profile, jack him up maybe in the front third of his body so he can balance better, but still, with that, he's laid back awful good in that blade, so it's give and take. This guy needs to come out of the chute at us a little stouter in terms of his chest. He wants to plane up high, but boy, he does profile good. He leaves you good just in terms of being inside of his skeleton. Like I said, front third up high. Need to give him a shot of power, shot of dimension, and then that guy can push his profile up higher in the drive. This gilt from the side just reads like she's going to have quite a bit to her. That's a big forearm. She's got a good hind leg. She's really, really shapely in the middle of her back line. When you get right in behind her, she's twisting on that back left pretty good, stepping on her outside hoof a little bit. Maybe wants to get a little slacked in her back line and spine. At the same time, I think that some of the good she brings in terms of durability and stoutness can push her as far up as 4th if you want to consider her hind leg good enough. Really good job. Great group of young people. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Get to those class results here in just a second. Let's introduce our class winners here in our spotted show. Representing Class 1 was Lindsay Dorr. Second was Cagney Utterback. And out of that third and final class was Cade Sponsel. Second in Class 3 went to Tyler Patterson. Third went to Caitlin McMillan. Fourth went to Connor Henderson. Fifth went to Lily Wessel. Sixth went to Lila Kephart. Seventh went to Cray Emmenheiser. Eighth went to Savannah Hubbard. 9 went to Braden Bowers. And 10th went to Kaylee Cooper.
three really good class winners in the spot division. Should be proud. Again, breeders and those that chose to purchase them and come to North American. You had a really strong show, 3 classes deep, and then you drop these 3 out here, and I'm really pleased just with the fundamentals they offer. They're genuine and true in their skeleton, which is a lot of where I put my priorities, and then you ask them to go ahead and drive, and they're doing it the right kind of way, getting nitpicky. I think there's one out here that just brings a more youthful kind of a look to the game. I think he's one that has ring presence, but yet does it with some power when you get up high. He stays very true when you get on him from behind, and he hinges just a notch looser than our reserve. This young lady right here is driving your champion. Let's give her a nice hand. Bring on our second, and certainly quality here, particularly rear third of this one's body, just length of hip and how he sets up there from hooks to pins, how he goes to the ground in terms of his rear leg, foot size and bone is all good. Again, you know, as he drives that nose down, does he have the balance maybe that another one out here has? I think when she does give him a pop, he certainly does. Not as just powerful and robust in his rib cage, particularly in his forerib is the bear that we're going to use for reserve. I think this guy is a beast. When you get on top of him, he's bulky in every part of his body, but yet stays inside of his skeleton. He's maybe carrying just a little bit more excessive kind of flesh back in there through his rear rib behind his sheath, and he's not just hinging as loose as our champion. At the same time, he's awfully good. This young man right here is driving reserve. Let's give him a nice hand.
Congratulations to our champion spot exhibited by Cagney Utterback of Alexandria, Indiana. Reserve went to the Class 3 winner, showed by Kay Sponsel. Get into the York show, and these classes are pretty large. So Class 2, this is your first call, but you've got plenty of time. Class 2, Yorkshires to the makeup ring. Whitney Stevenson, paint number 1074. We're still needing you to come up to the makeup ring. Your class is just about ready to enter the ring.
Do what?
Please put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors as they are dismissed from the ring at this time.
good first class here. I think your top 5 can get close, and then there's one, if you call her good enough in an area, it becomes logical, but it is an area we'd like to, change a bit. But this young lady right here is Gilt's going to win this class. One that comes in with ring presence. You can smile. With ring presence and great shape and extremely fresh look. She's extremely good, I guess, in terms of her upper rib. I really like this one in terms of her hip design. She's got a natural turn there, and her tail set's good. In my opinion, it still holds balance. She's got a big root. If I can change her, she gets a little quicker in her step from behind, particularly on her back left. She's short stepping on us just a bit. Maybe change him front feet just a notch, but still a really nice place to start. The other contender was the stouter barrow here that's got a really bold rib cage setting him. The young lady's driving. He's kind of causing her fits, and he wants to scoot around the ring a little quick. As he does, he wants to get a little tighter and hinge a little quicker out of that hip and hind leg. Part of this is due to the fact he's just shorter about his hip. Everything back in his rear third is just jammed up in him just a bit. He's got a little bit more, I guess, not even puffiness. It's just density of the inside of his hock. It kind of throws him off in terms of rear balance, but still one that's really opened up, has a great rib cage, and is the stoutest when you get right in behind him and take him to the ground. We just need to let it sit it in him the right way. This guy from the side does some pretty neat stuff. He's really good about his head carriage. It's a natural head carriage. His spine's loose, I guess, in terms of his stride and drive from the profile. He probably puts it together in drive as athletically as anything in the class. He gets out of balance on us just a bit with this extra looseness, and when you get him from behind him, we'd like to square him up and put him on the corners just a bit, but at the same time, you have to appreciate where that one's good, and that's in his skeleton. The young man that comes out next is driving a profiling machine. When you get off of this one from the side, she can win the class. She's heavy duty in her rear leg, but yet clean in her bone work, has a really good reach off of both ends. She just gives up too much mass to play any higher. When you get right on top of her, you'd like to just open up her entire upper skeleton. She wants to just get a little flatter about that body cavity, but still does a great job on the stick. Like the intensity out here, young man, and has one that can absolutely get out and cruise when she does work with him. This one comes out of the gate, and you like that jaw stoutness. At the same time, he wants to get a little quicker in how his neck sits up there on his body, like that center body cavity in terms of his proportions from his elbow back to his flank. It lays in him with a good design kind of a look. He gets more refined about his rear bone. His foot size concerns me behind, and he shifts that hock outside his body. This guy's just really green. With that added stretch, we're going to have to bring a little bit more power to that rib cage. When you study him behind his blade, everything's just a little flatter than ideal. Love that profile, love that head carriage. We just got to give him more roll to his cavity. Let him just lay a little stouter kind of a look when you get on top of him. This one does have that. This one has that extra bulk in her engine. She's got a great big top coming out of her blade. It's a little shorter neck, a little shorter hip. Need to change that stifle behind. She wants to plan on her outside foot, and as she does, she shifts her stifle and hock outside her body. Great job driving, young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Annie. Results out of Class 1. First place went to Kennedy Rodabaugh. Second went to Kylie O'Brien. Third went to Jessica Page. Fourth went to Braden Bowers. Fifth went to Cody Jodry. Sixth went to Levi Stauffer. Seventh went to Whitney Stevenson. Eighth went to Carson Dalton. Ninth went to Kiara Marker. 10th went to Dalton Harlan. 11th went to Colby Beckwith. And 12th went to Allison Reeves. If you're still following along with us, should go skip, 7, 1, skip, skip, 12, 5, skip, skip, 4, 9, skip, skip, 8, 6, go down to 8, 23 was second, 11, 10, 3, and a skip on the bottom. Now moving into our second class of Yorkshires. The weight range is 238 to 249. Class 3. Class 3 in the Yorks, you can head this way. Class 3, Yorks to the makeup area. As we get later in the day, we still want to thank and show our appreciation to all of our ring help that's helped. If you would please put your hands together and thank them for a job well done here all time this morning and into this afternoon. Folks, at this time, let's thank these exhibitors for coming out and showing here at the North American.
Another good class of Yorks, maybe a little piecier than some of the other ones we've sorted today, but still quite a bit of quality in here. Young lady in the white shirt's driving your class winner, and one that, comes out of the gate and you start to evaluate that hip. Does she have a bear that sets his pins maybe a little lower than ideal? Yeah, at the same time, that probably helps him in terms of just comfort. He's the squarest in terms of his build from behind. He's the most genuine. When you follow him down to his stifle from hock to ground, that's where he gets a significant advantage. I think a nice place to start. And second, young lady at the far side has one that profiles really good. He's really elevated up front, has a good look. Part of this elevation is due to the fact that he's just a little straighter about his shoulder. He wants to run that shoulder blade a little more upright on his body. I think at the same time we'd like to shift his hock inside him a bit. Has a great shape to his upper skeleton, has a great design, great look from the profile. Young lady's bear here, compositionally, I like a good deal. I think this one's jawline is very good. Still has a stout kind of a skull and snout set in him, but still has that feature down low and clean underneath, but yet comes into a really good forearm in terms of density. From there back's where he collapses on us. He wants to get too dry and harsh about his forerib, and he wants to pivot his weight to the outside of his body. Really an interesting bear that comes out next. If I could change in just a couple places, he'd be one to compete at the top end of the class, because the center part of that one's body is as robust and as stout as any, and he is the squarest and widest when you get right on him from behind, from hock to ground. Gets a little smaller about his rear foot, a little jammed up in his front end there, the distance from the back of his ear to his shoulder. I'd like to stretch him just a bit. I'd like to lengthen his stride. He's just a little shorter stepping off his back too, but where you really appreciate him is when you step in on top of him. That's a great shape to his body. He's extremely wide and square from hock to ground. The one that comes out next is a little different type of style. He's one that comes out up-headed, really tall-shouldered. He also has a great look in terms of his front third down low. I guess I also read him having more than enough in terms of substance of forearm and density. When we go from his next joint down is where he becomes concerning. Hock to ground, he really gets different in how he plants on his back feet. Those front toes need to be squared up for me just a bit. This guy comes a little rangier in his look, a little skinnier looking. At the same time, takes a great reach up front, has a big paw in terms of his front leg, got a good kind of a look in terms of head carriage. His spine's loose and laid in him right. He wants to get a little more rigid in his stifle. His pasterns have good give. His hock set doesn't bother me as bad as much as the fact he shifts his stifle forward. That coupled with the fact he's a little flatter about his body drops him a little lower in this particular drive. Big hind leg. When you get on him from the side, you like that density he has from his hock down. His foot size is good. He's just borderline in terms of pasture, but at the same time, he spreads his toes wide. This one to me also needs to just go a little bit better in terms of comfort. He wants to run downhill on us just a bit from the profile. Let's congratulate him with a nice round of applause.
Thank you. Those comments from Judge Andy Rash. First place in Class 2 of our Yorkshire show went to Jalen Fall. Second went to Callie Baldwin. The third went to Brittany Wishmeyer. Fourth went to Lindsay Luz. Fifth went to Silas Batt. Sixth went to Hunter McMillan. Seventh was Ashlyn O'Brien. Eighth went to Ruth Ann Carity. Ninth place went to Emma Jones. And 10th went to Braylon Jones. If you're following along in the program from the top down, it should go 12, 4, 7, skip, 11, skip, skip, 1, 6, skip, skip, 8, skip, 2, 3, go down to 518 is 9, 5, skip, 10, and the skip on the bottom. So we move here into Class 3. Our weight range bumps up to 250 to 266. have an updated score. With 8:20 to play in the third quarter, Indianapolis leads Green Bay 24-10. At the end of the third quarter, as it's winding down, New Orleans leads San Francisco 31-28. As we start to wind the evening down, we still want to thank Farm Credit Services of Mid-America, sponsor here at the North American, for all of their support. Without them, this show would not be possible. Also want to thank all of the viewers that are watching at home and around the world on our live feed at livestockexpo.org. That feed will continue to go throughout the North American. As our remaining exhibitors exit the ring, please put your hands together. Give them a big round of applause. Looks like most of Class 4 is here, but this is your courtesy call. If you are not here from Class 4, this is your last call.
tough class to sort through, and I think you can do some different things on down the line. There's just a lot of pieces, and young people are doing a good job here staying with the fight and keeping the hogs collected as we take a little bit more time. But when you're trying to put together a hog show and you get in a class like this, it makes it difficult. And just to be quite honest with you, I'd change every one of them in a place or two. It takes nothing away from the fact that these kids busted their tail and they're doing a great job out here and they got them presented right. I think within this class we just kind of want to see them set down a little square and be more functional about their kind. But when you do that, I think that there's one out here that does combine some totals. Young ladies bar here closest to me in the white vest is going to win this class. Has that extra mass and dimension when you get on top of him. Maybe he just wants to get a little rounder about his hip. And yeah, he doesn't pull his top line together dead level like the one we're going to drop in the 2-hole, but at the same time takes some reach and stride off both ends. I think one that has more than enough when you look at balance and shape and dimension. From there, we're going to use this young man's gilt in the 2-hole. Looks like a show hog from the side. Wants to pivot a little differently off them back two and kind of plant and shift her hock outside her body. Certainly shapes up great out of the back of her blade. And I think when you just look at just squareness up high, has the advantage over our class winner. From there, we're going to use the young man in the center of the ring. Has a little lower headed kind of a barra, a little lower shouldered, but at the same time, that lower proportion from his chest floor to his flank is near ideal. Got him presented really good. He's got more than enough muscle within this class, particularly up high, to go ahead and drop into this place or in the 3-hole. One that just gets out of balance and comes in pieces and wants to get more rigid in his stifle, comes in the 4th hole, but still has some shape up high, has some muscle out of his hip. We just need to just give him a better look of line from the side, not only top line, but underline. We also need to, just like I said, shift that stifle back in his body. Initially, I thought this guy was going to be my class winner because when you get on him from the profile, you like that head carriage and looseness of back. His tail sets up on his body really, really good. He gets a little flatter about his forearm, a little drier about his center, and again, he shifts his weight on his outside toes there, wants to pop his stifle outside of his body a little bit, but where he's good, he can play at the upper end of the class. If you want to go ahead and call that one squareness of hip and head carriage and look good enough and move him up into 1 or 2, I'm good with that as well. Skin and hair is maybe not as shiny and popping out here in this young lady's barra, but fundamentally, he's a good hog. He's square in his chest, he's good in his body shape, he's got a really good look when you get on top of him, wants to get maybe just a little bit in his knee up front and just get a little narrower about his chest. Young lady does a great job driving, could stretch that hip out on him just a bit. Let's give him a nice round of applause as they head back.
Here are the results out of Class 3 in our Yorkshire show. First place went to Peyton Strange. Second went to Gavin Sinclair. Third went to Owen Hagee. Fourth went to Mason Miller. Fifth went to Gavin Sinclair. Sixth went to Jayla Batt. Seventh went to Ian Brinker. Eighth went to Hudson Brown. 9 went to Rhett Thompson. 10th place went to Jacob Sunner. From the top down, it should go 12, 11, 5, space, 6, 10, 9, 8, skip, 2, skip, 3, skip, 7, skip, 1, skip, 4, and a blank on the bottom. Class 4, our weight range is 267 to 274. Let's go ahead and congratulate these exhibitors as they exit the ring. Thank you for coming and showing at the North American. Just an updated score in the NFL with 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Indianapolis leads Green Bay 24-13.
another class that kind of gives you a bag of Skittles. You got to dig in there and figure out what flavor you're going to use, because there's every shape and size in here. There's areas that are different in terms of shape of muscle, and then you get into skeleton. It's a whole new world in terms of how you want to line them up. There's one that is going to win very easily for me. The young man in the pink shirt out here is driving your class-winning barra. He's got one that has a good rib shape. He's got a really good roll and center turn to his cavity. He comes and goes as genuine as anything in the class. If some want to say that maybe he carries just a hair more crest and maybe gets a little quick step in behind, I'd probably say, yeah, you're right. Find me another one to beat that one, because fundamentally that one's put together as good as anything in the drive. The gilt that we drop in the two-hole needs to be powered up from behind. Her profile puts her out into the second spot, and when you ask her to drive from the side, there's nothing wrong with the way that one covers the surface. I think her shoulder blade lays back on her right. I think she's got good give and flex in terms of her rear too. When you get right in behind her, she collapses in terms of her base, and we like to just power up that lower forerib, but still ultra good design, great shape when you get on top of her. She earned second place within a class that was difficult to put together. We lost a third place bear, and it was close between him and this one. When this guy first come in, he gives you a great look of chest, and I love that skull. I love that blade shape that he works with. Got him presented really well in terms of freshness right out of his shoulder. As the drive goes on, he wants to slacken his back, and he gets tighter off those back two, wants to just hinge a little tighter than ideal. Need to square him up in terms of his footing behind. That's good. Love the shoulder shape. You put a square set of wheels on him behind and strengthen his top, that barra can go ahead and move up and win the class. Really a tough 4 or 5 to sort through. Another good looking one from the profile that just gets a little flatter, a little smaller footed behind, wants to just kind of get base narrow. When she leaves you, you got to love that one from the side in terms of her proportions. Her lower proportion is really, really good, and how she runs her elbow back to her flank, and yet one that also gives you a nice look in terms of height at her shoulder, but doesn't have to get straight in her blade to do it. Young man comes out next with one. He does a good job out here around the ring, kind of like a butterfly. I never knew where he was going to be, but up top, that one has awesome turn to his loin edge. When you get down low, we've got to give him a bigger foot. We've got to sit it on the surface square and more stable. We drop one out next. I think that also has good turn up high. Freshness is not the issue. Squareness behind is. Move down the line. There's several good ones in it. The one in 10th is the heavy duty barra. Front 2/3 are killer. He just gets tight on us. Let's congratulate him with a nice hand.
This is the last call for anyone that wants some NJSA and Team Purebred equipment, attire, etc. Kaylee and Hope are ready to close up shop behind me. They will be here tomorrow for anyone available, anyone that wants anything. Results out of class number 4. First place went to Walker Van Ness. Second went to Colton Kephart. Third went to Caden Schliff. Fourth went to Brody Everhart. Fifth went to Jackson Jones. Sixth went to Courtney Reynolds. Seventh went to Cora Dale. Eighth went to Micah Malcolm. Ninth went to Katie Head. And 10th went to Ella Carson. If you're following along in the program from the top down, it should go 5, skip, skip, 9, 11, go down to 230, 7th, then 3, skip, 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 10, 6, skip, 1, 8, skip, 4, and then 2 on the bottom. Currently entering the ring is our last and final class of Yorkshires, class number 5, with a weight range of 275 to 290. After class 5, we will select our champion and reserve champion, the Yorkshire Hog. dismiss our remaining exhibitors. Please put your hands together and thank them for sticking with it. Last class of the afternoon. All those first and second place Yorkshires, we need you in the makeup area. First and second Yorkshires to the makeup area.
Yorkshire class that's obviously deep in terms of quality, but at the same time there's not, just those places to fall and land on, to put it all together, and say, hey, I'm the one. I need to be in that top spot, but there are several good hogs up here at the top end of this class. The one that suits me the best is the young lady in the black shirt right there. I think this bear combines some balance from the side with some reach in terms of his profile, mobility. I'd like to feature him up in terms of his back too, and he may be plants just a little different behind, but that hog pulls his top line together good. He breathes extremely good in his upper rib and his body cavity. I think he's one that just kind of puts the pieces together that these other three have out here into a complete kind of a package. The one that we're going to drop in the 2-hole, I'd like to redesign her hip and just the way she travels behind, but she has some show hog presence. She's got an incredible back laid in her, yet she comes at you really good in terms of chest power. Young lady's gilt's going to be in the 2-hole. This one needs to be longer in her hip. She needs to stay inside her body better in terms of her travel from behind, but from there forward she is extremely opened up, and when you watch her drive out of her front end, she pulls herself around the ring a little bit better than the next one that we're going to drop in. That's the young lady at the far side, is going to be in the 3-hole. I think a bear that obviously, because of just the way he carries himself, he maybe gets a little out of balance. He wants to have his head down in the dirt. He's not the most massive critter from behind, but he does have a big hind leg. He's got a really good deep kind of a side set in him, and up high they've got his back turned in him right. He's inside of his skeleton very well. At the same time, that one can maybe give you a flatter kind of a look, a little plainer look up front. The barrel we have in the 4th hole just is too round out of his hip, but at the same time coming and going is as good as anything in the drive. When you really break him down from the profiles where he changed him, I think that one's hock to footing when he leaves you is the best of anything in the class. We drop down into 5 and 6, and you can certainly flip-flop these two if you want. This guy to me is just more natural. He's more natural in his density, his chest. When you get on top of him, yeah, he certainly planes up right out of his blade compared to the ones ahead of him. He maybe even gets a little drier, a little busted up in that top line right there. At the same time, he spreads wide from behind, has a deep twist set in him. I think he's a bear that fundamentally has some natural spread all the way through his skeleton. Another one that's just a little rounder in how he's put together, particularly out of his hip. He wants to plant on his outside hoof a little bit more than ideal, but really opened up high. Again, I know I sound like a broken record, has a roll to his rib cage. That allows him to stay bulky everywhere else. This one's front 2/3 are awfully good. I'd like to just let her plant with more flex to her hock and to her stifle, come to the ground with a more secure hind leg, because that one's front 2/3 can carry her much higher into this class. Really a nice gilt. It's got a good belly line laid in her when you get on her from the side. Little stretchier kind of a bear here that comes out stout-jawed, or gilt, stout-jawed, stout-featured. Got a big forearm laid in her. Wants to get a little piecey in that top line, but more concerning for me, I got to open her heart up, her fore rib, her center body. If you're going to have this stretch, we need to bring a little bit more bulk than that. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back.
Let's get you introduced to our class winners here in our Yorkshire show. We had 5 classes of Yorks. Out of class 1, our winner was Kennedy Rodabaugh. Out of class 2, our winner was Jalen Fall.
I need your help. In fact, I really did.
From class 3, we had Peyton Strange. From class 4, we had Walker Van Ness. And from class 5, we had Sarah Troyer. Congratulations to all of those class winners here in our Yorkshire show. As we wrap things up this evening, we don't want to forget that these Yorks need to be drug tested. The top two here in this particular drive will need to be drug tested as well. And it looks like Andy's made up his mind, or he is getting there, and we'll just turn it over to him.
Well, a really good way to end when you drop the class winners out here. It's a good representation, at the upper end of this particular breed. And listen, folks, it's been a great purebred hog show today. I mean, you think about the red drive, the spot drive. Heck, we started out with a Berkshire that was kind of a stinger in the first class or the first breed of the day. It's been a really, really high-quality purebred show. I think when you think about what some of these breeds have accomplished in the last several years has been pretty impressive. And then there's some other breeds that we got some work to do. And I think that's kind of why we stand around ringside and evaluate things and buy breeding stock, is try to make them better and move them to the next level. And a few of those breeds have done an incredible job at that. I think you bring quality to hog shows, and when we get to evaluating what we're going to take to a hog show, I guess I never really let weight determine it, or color, or for that matter even breed. Just bring quality to hog shows, because you never know what you're going to get into. And when you say that within this particular lineup, and you run through 5 classes, if you had left one at home that was a little smaller, or maybe didn't think was heavy enough to play, you'd have probably bit yourself, because the best one in my mind is that young lady's Gilt out here. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Kennedy Rodabar, just selected as our champion York out of Class 1. Kylie O'Brien is now in contention for reserve.
Comes down between a pair here for reserve, and I think that these two are just basic hogs that are built right in terms of their spread and how they carry their spread. There's one that maybe some would call a little coarser, a little lower set, and then the other one, you could maybe give just a shot more feature, but that's being awful picky of one that gets to a weight and stays fresh and still stays agile. One of the more mobile ones out here in terms of flexibility, and lady in the black shirt's driving your reserve.
Sarah Troyer selected as the reserve champion. Congratulations to her. Make sure that those two head on over to the drug testing area.
Soften her opinion of it.
Just a reminder, the show tomorrow will start at 8 o'clock with that first lightweight class of crossbreds.
Miss Reva, the judge's jacket right behind
We get did we get to?
Stacy Lewis. Stacy Lewis, if you could please come to the announcer's stand. We need you pronto. Stacy Lewis, if you're in the building. Announcer's stand. Thank you.